Eric. I'm going to start reading the script. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised this meeting is being recorded and broadcast over the Lunenburg Public Access Channel. In response to the COVID-19 coronavirus, in accordance with the governor's order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, all public meetings are being conducted remotely. This meeting will be broadcast live through local public access channel on Facebook Live on the Public Access Facebook page, and will be able to be found on the Lunenburg Access YouTube channel within 24 hours after the meeting. To participate remotely on Zoom, members of the public may use cell phones, tablets, or computers with audio and video capabilities. The Zoom meeting ID is 859-837-1178. No participant ID is needed. Just press pound when asked. All participants who are not members of the commission or staff will be muted by the chair. Computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to request to speak. To access the raised hand feature, let me admit these people. To access the raised hand feature, open a participant list by clicking on participants to raise your hand. Click on the button at the bottom of the participant list. The chair will call on you and unmute you. Audio users may dial *9 to request to speak after joining the meeting. Members of the public must give their name and address before they begin speaking. Please direct all comments to the chair. If you have trouble accessing Zoom or have general questions, you can send an email to lcc@lunenburgonline.com during the meeting. Emails containing questions or comments that are to be read aloud at the meeting must be signed with full name, address, and phone number. Please be aware if you are using video, other people will be able to see you, and anything that is broadcast will be recorded. The agenda lists all the topics which may be discussed at the meeting and those reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by open meeting law. Each vote taken at this meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. Are there any comments from commissioners? Jack Rabbit.
Mr. Chairman, hi. Thank you very much. First of all, Mike LaRouche will be joining us in about an hour. He had a family commitment that after he told me he absolutely cannot miss. The other part of it is it's kind of an exciting time for those people who enjoy alpha classes. There's some pretty interesting courses coming up here starting in January. First one is Winter Botany and Trees. I've signed up for that one. And there's another one that Spring Birding and Winter Botany and Shrubs. So if you're into that kind of thing, grab the Alpha catalog. They've just started registrations today, and they fill up pretty quickly. So if you're interested, go for it.
Any other comments from commissioners?
You have to be old though, Jack, to sign up for those, right?
I qualified. In fact, they offered me free tuition. No, they didn't.
Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to briefly thank all of the residents that sent letters in regarding any movement on hunting policy and land use. I greatly appreciate the input. It's very difficult. I've been on commissions for 15 years, and one of the toughest things is to get a sense for where the community is so that we can, to the best of our ability, act on their behalf. And I can, again, thank you. And I can assure you that I have looked at them all and will take them seriously into consideration. So thank you all for participating. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from commissioners? I have one comment. There was a letter to the editor that appeared in the Sentinel and in the Lunenburg Ledger. And the second sentence in the letter says, it was about our land use regs. And the second sentence says, and without seeking further input, the commission will have it on the December 16th agenda to decide. I found that line a little disappointing, because if a major change was made to the regulations, the draft regulations that were posted on our website, and advertised in the public hearing, we would, post those for the public to look at, and have another public hearing. So that's my public comment. Is there any comment from members of the public?
Can Bob roll call?
Oh, that's an excellent point. Let's do the roll call. Make sure everybody is present and can hear me. Thank you, Jack.
No.
Let's do a roll call vote. Ken Jones?
I am present.
Thank you. Rich Birch?
Got her on mute.
Let's see. I've turned on muting since we have 25 participants. So, where I see Mark Birch. There's Rich Birch. Ask to unmute.
Thank you, Bob. I am here.
Thank you, Rich. And where are you tonight?
Polk City, Florida.
Good for you. I bet it's not going to snow a foot there.
Nope, got out of town just in time.
Okay. Katie Childs?
I don't see Katie.
I don't see Katie. Katie, if you're here, could you please raise your hand?
I saw her in the supermarket. She said she was busy tonight with work.
Oh, thank you. Carl Luck?
Present.
Jack Rabbit?
Present.
Jeff Viviano?
Present?
And I'm Bob Pease. I'm the chair. And Mike LaRouche, our associate member, Jack said will be joining us later. Is there any comments from members of the public? I see now Phyllis Luck.
Yes.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I read with great interest the 29 email letters received by the Lunenburg Conservation Commission over the past 2 weeks concerning the LCC's decision to allow hunting with firearms on Lunenburg conservation properties. 28 of these articulately implored the LCC to expand no further the ability to hunt with firearms on the town's conservation properties. One letter said, "I vote for hunting." That was it. Residents succinctly laid out concerns for public safety, for the noise of gunshots, which can be heard more than a mile away, disturbing the peace and quiet that so many move to Lunenburg for. Infringement on the rights of property owners who abut conservation lands to feel safe in their own backyards. Add to that the facts that during this pandemic, folks crave a walk in the woods as one activity they can engage in safely, or at least. Also, as Susan Visser astutely pointed out, many are not paying attention to town meetings as they had in the past, when folks could physically show up to voice their concerns or watch the commissioners debate the issues at town hall. Changing land use policy at this time to allow firearm hunting would seem like an attempt to, as Susan put, sneak one past the people of Lunenburg. That just wouldn't be right. I was a member of the land acquisition committee that brought the Saliba property, Home Table Rock, to town meeting, where this purchase was enthusiastically approved by residents. I believe many of them would feel betrayed if that property was now open to hunting with firearms, and perhaps would vote against any future Conservation Commission land action projects. I know my enthusiasm would go way down. With the vast expanse of lands available for hunting nearby, I beg you to let Lunenburg remain a beacon of safety for all area residents' joy. Who knows, Perhaps after their walk in the woods, visitors may stop to pick up a snack at one of our town's struggling establishments. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments from members of the public? Whoop. And I got to admit somebody here. I would just comment as the chair that after the public hearings tonight, the commission will be discussing our land use policy, among other things. Tonight is not a public hearing. At the end of the last meeting, there were some members who were in favor of expanding firearms rights, and I told them at the end of the last meeting that it was incumbent upon them to bring a proposal. If we have a proposal tonight, and it's and if we have a straw vote and it gets the support of 4 members, then we'll do another public hearing, to take a look at, and the public will have plenty of opportunity for input. But it's not a public hearing tonight. And tonight, and in the chair's view, it's the night for the commission to debate the issue among themselves. So I just want to make that clear for people, because it probably will be 2 or 3 hours from now, before we get to our land use regulations. Thank you. Are there any other further comments from the public? Then the first thing on the agenda is approval of minutes, which I forgot last time. I'm looking for a motion to approve the minutes of October 7th.
So moved.
So moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Thank you. Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself. November 4th minutes.
Mr. Chairman, real quick before you do that, just
Yeah.
keep an eye out for Matt in the waiting room, because he said he had to reboot his computer.
Yeah, and I got that message, and he's not in the waiting room yet.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you got that.
Yep. Yeah, I got a ding every time someone's in the waiting room now. So
Okay. All right. Sorry.
that's quite all right, Ken. That's good advice. November 4th minutes. I'm looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you, Carl. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit. Jack Rabbit,
Aye. Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself. November 18th minutes. I'm looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Rich Birch,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself. And finally, December 2nd. Looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you. I'll take one of those as the second.
Second.
Um,
Mr.
and
Chairman?
so, Ken Jones.
Hold on. I think Carl had a comment first.
Oh, Carl?
Yeah, only that I have not, I just wanted to let you know, I have not reviewed those. I don't think.
They were sent out. We've had 2 weeks to review them. I know I sent my comments in.
Okay. I withdraw that. I probably have to then. I just didn't have any good of it, which means I probably have no
Yeah,
problem.
they were pretty good.
Yeah. Sorry for the interruption.
That's quite all right. I think we had a motion and a second. So now I'd like to take a roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit. Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Thank you, Jack. Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself, and we are 100% caught up on minutes. New public hearing pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended. And the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands and Protection Municipal Bylaws, the Conservation Commission will hold a public meeting on a request for determination by Jason Martin for work at 45 Parmenter Street, consisting of the addition of a mudroom and the repair replacement of a retaining wall by the driveway and stairs. Who is here for 45 Parmenter Road? Can you please raise your hand? Aha, I see I've asked you to unmute John. So you should be unmuted. John, I'm going to try and call up your plans. John, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Excellent. We can hear you.
Okay.
All right. So this is 45 Parmenter. Let me share the screen. Go back to Zoom. Share the screen. Here it is. Let's rotate it. Oh, that's not the right thing. Let's rotate it clockwise 90 degrees. Let's reduce it a little bit. So John, can you take us through here what you're proposing?
Okay, on the right-hand side of the plan, you see existing concrete patio, and then just a little bit to the right, there's an existing deck. And the deck comes up along the gable end of the house. It's about 5 feet wide, where it says existing deck, tall, skinny, in the vertical plane. We're gonna build a mudroom on the back corner of I wish I could point.
Tell me
where it says-
what's going on.
Okay, our existing dwelling, number 45. Go to the corner of the house
Yep.
itself. Okay,
Yep.
all right. We're gonna build a mudroom 5 feet wide and 16 feet up toward the street from the back corner of the house. The existing deck is gonna stay. We're not gonna change the deck, but it's where the porch is on that right-hand side.
So
Towards the carport.
Yes. Yes. The mudroom, the back corner of the house is where the back corner of the mudroom will be. And then it goes forward 16 feet.
right here.
Yes. Yep. There's steps. There's steps to the left and up. Those are steps. I'm going to move that toward the carport about 3 feet to lengthen the mudroom. And right where your pointer is, there's asphalt there with a little concrete retaining wall that's unsafe to walk on. It's a trip hazard. So I'm going to cut that section out. It's probably about 4 feet vertically and about 7 feet wide. I'm going to cut that out and pour a new concrete slab there that's continuous, so it's safe to walk on. And then the mudroom along that side where it's 16 feet long, I have to put 3 sonotubes. There's sonotubes existing underneath the deck, but they're not structurally sound. And I want to put 3 new sonotubes underneath it. That's about it.
Okay, Jason, is Jason Martin with you, John?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay, I just asked you to unmute also, so.
Yep.
All right, so, I know someone went on the site walk. Would the people who went on the site walk care to comment on this at all, or do any commissioners have any comments or questions? Let's start with Carl.
Thank you, Bob. Yeah, I was on the site walk, and John fortunately was there and walked us through it. The one thing that I think is important that isn't noted yet is that deck is a covered deck. So there already is a roof there. So they're basically going to be enclosing the structure that's there, and they're not really doing anything new certainly not within the 50-foot no structure. And the sonotubes, that you pointed those out, and then those are again under where sonotubes are now. So I think I didn't see anything that would give me any concerns or have any issues with our regulations.
Thank you, Carl. Jeff Viviano has his hand up.
Yeah, John, a question. The asphalt to the right of where it says existing deck there, is that going to be disturbed at all?
Okay, you see where it says carport? From between the carport and the existing dwelling. And then there's those 3 steps that I pointed out. There's a little retaining wall. You can see a line, a vertical line. That's a concrete retaining wall. And it's unsafe. And there's some asphalt in there. I'm going to go from where it says existing carport. I'm probably going to go about 4 feet up and then about 7 feet wide and cut that section out and take that little retaining wall piece out and pour a new slab so it's safer to walk on.
Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking for safety. I know that you mentioned you're going to put some sonotubes on along that line where it says existing deck.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty steep grade there with that asphalt. Would you be maybe considering putting steps in at some time there if you're going to be disturbing that area anyway?
The homeowner hasn't made a decision on what to do with that walkway.
Okay.
They don't like it because it does. Yeah. It's got sealer on it, so it gets kind of slippery.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it was pretty slippery when we were out there. Well, I would maybe just suggest, and I don't know if this can be done, but maybe we can add in that you can tentatively put stairs there if you would like. I'm not sure how the other members think of that, just as long as you don't expand that asphalt area, so that maybe if it is disturbed and you decide to do it, at least you have approval for it now.
Okay. All right.
So this is Jason. Sorry, John. This is Jason. I'm the homeowner. Our intention is to actually remove that walkway. And
okay.
Yeah. So we're talking about potentially loom and grass. You're going to use it as an entryway to the lake.
Okay. Perfect. Yep. Yeah, because it is pretty slick.
It's great in February.
All right. That's my only question.
Thank you, Jeff. Jack Rabbit.
I too had a chance to go out on the site walk. I had absolutely no problems with it. Just the question is, are you going to, on the new sonotubes, are you going to put new ones in, or are you going to put them on, put the new supports on top of those existing sonotubes, or?
Yeah, I'll tell you. The structure I'm building underneath that roof is about 3 feet longer toward the carport. It ends up being 16 feet, and I need 3 12-inch sonotubes under it, one at each end of it and one in the middle. They don't line up with the existing sonotubes. They're actually the furthest one to the rear under that 5-foot wide porch section. I'm going to be forward of that. So my sonotubes don't even line up with the existing sonotubes.
So you'll be digging the holes outside the 50?
I'll be further up. I believe I am outside of the 50. Yes, because I'm probably about at the corner of the house where it says existing dwelling. I'm going to be probably in line with the rear corner of the house.
I see no problems here at all.
Yeah.
Anything else, Jack?
No, that's fine. It was nicely done, and I agree with it's a good idea.
Thank you. One moment. Rich Birch.
Thank you, Bob. The only question I did have, everything else that the other commissioners brought up answered my questions, was a siltation barrier where it is a fairly steep grade.
And so, Rich, I would think we would put that in the approval as part of our let's see, this is a RDA, so there is I think that's an excellent condition to go in a motion.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make sure it's written in.
Are there any other comments from commissioners? Are there any comments or questions from the public? Please raise your hand. John, you had something else?
Yeah, Bob, I live down the street from a hay farm. I can get plenty of hay bales. If hay bales is okay, I can put, a dozen hay bales around where I'm working. I'll be happy to, if you tell me exactly how you want laid out, I'll lay plenty of hay bales around me so so I'm only digging by hand, so it's not going to be a huge disturbance, but I'll be happy to lay out hay bales.
And I would need our conservation administrator to respond to that.
Yeah, the hay bales are fine, actually. You're not going to need a whole heck of a lot of them. I mean, there is a small section where they should go. I can work that out with you on their placement. Shouldn't be an issue.
Okay.
Hearing no further public comment, I'm looking for a motion for a negative determination with a condition that hay bales be placed as a siltation barrier.
So moved.
Do I have a second? And we have a second. We're on a roll. All right. Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
I think
Mr.
Rich had
Chair?
a comment first.
Wait, what?
Yeah, if I could ask that we amend the motion to place the hay bales along a 30-foot buffer zone line staked.
Absolutely. Carl?
Mr. Chairman, I would accept that modification.
And who seconded it?
I did, and I would accept it as well.
Excellent. All right. Is everyone happy? Can we vote now?
Yes.
Excellent. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. Any questions, Jason or the other fellow? John?
Fine.
All
Good
right,
for
you're
me.
all set.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gotta do some housekeeping here. I gotta admit somebody here. All right. Let's stop the screen share. And let's go on to our next hearing. The Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on a notice of intent by David and Kylie Bovin for work at 81 Maple Parkway for the replacement of a septic system. Matt, do we have a DEP number for this system, for this yet?
I believe we do. Just give me a second. I'll look it up.
Thank you. Who is here? Is someone here? Is this, let's see, 508. I asked you to unmute. Who's 508?
Yes. Yes, this is Steve Sears from David Ross Associates. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great.
Excuse me,
I'll give
Bob.
you a little,
Yep.
Steve, I'm sorry to interrupt. We do have a DEP number 208-1207 with no comment from DEP.
Thank you so much. That is very helpful. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Can you repeat your name again?
yeah, it's Steve Sears.
Go ahead, Steve.
Okay, this is an existing home with a failing septic system. The system presently right now is in the backyard. It's approximately 30 to 35 feet off the bordering vegetated wetlands. What we've done is tried to maximize the offset from the wetlands to the leach field that we've proposed. We show it 51 feet from the wetlands line. And but the grading, the fill and grading is within the 50-foot line, as you can see on the plan. We maximized the offset to go to the left of the property. We did put up a little stone concrete wall there to catch the fill and grading from going off the property line. The entire area that we're going to be working is a lawn. Should be no vegetation, trees removed or anything like that. And again, it's a straightforward existing house with a failing system that they're replacing. The Board of Health reviewed the plan and it was approved on November 16th by the Neshoba Board of Health. And I think that's about all I've got to say. There's no increase in flow. It's just a straightforward upgrade.
And help me understand, where are the wetlands here?
They run along the right-hand property line. You can see them if you've got the plan up on your screen.
I believe I'm sharing it on the screen. Yep. Oh, that's right. You're on a phone. You can't see.
Oh, yeah. I did email copies to Matt. I don't know, Matt, is there a way you can bring that up?
No. It's on the screen. Everybody else can see it except for you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So if you look at the right-hand property line, the wetlands are just on the other side of that. They're delineated like 20-1.
I see it. Okay.
Yep. And that goes all the way to the back. And then there's a little bit of a peak of a wetland
Okay,
that
I
comes
see it
back.
now. There's a 30, the 30-foot shows. Right.
Yep.
You can't see it, but I'm running my cursor along the 30-foot.
Right.
Touch
So again, there's really nowhere else to go. We've had to maximize the system to meet the flow. We had a 30-minute perk rate, so that's why the system is kind of big looking, but we're kind of boxed in here with this upgrade.
All right. Do we have any comments or questions from commissioners? Let me find my participant list so I can see. There's my participant list. I don't see anybody with their hand up.
We also show a siltation barrier around the entire area.
Yeah,
That's
it shows
going to be,
on the plan.
yep, a straw wattle siltation barrier.
Yep. Jack.
Mr. Chairman, where are they going to relocate the shed?
The shed's basically, it's not a foundation shed. It's just one of those metal sheds that you can almost pick up and place anywhere. So I'm not sure where they're going to replace it or if they're just going to remove it.
So you're outside the 50 with your bed. So as long as you're outside,
Right.
you're good. Okay.
I think that'd make an excellent condition, Jack, as a condition of approval, that the shed be outside the 50.
Yeah.
Are there any other comments or questions from commissioners? Are there any comments or questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve with a condition that the shed, if it is retained, to be placed outside the 50-foot no structure zone.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, I'll take one of those as the second.
Second.
So thank you very much. Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit, Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and an aye for myself. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time and have a good holiday for everybody.
You too.
Thank you now.
Thanks, Steve. You too.
Okay, Matt.
All right, so now the Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on a notice of intent by Jeff Stone for work at Lot 1, 50 Page Street for the construction of a single-family home. It's my understanding we've been asked to continue this hearing.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I received a request from the applicant this afternoon. Apparently, they're going to be making more tweaks to both plans, and they asked to continue. So I sent the continuance form and had them sign off on it.
Thank you so much. I'm looking for a motion to continue.
Mr. Chairman, continue to when?
Oh, that's an excellent point. It's going to be continued until January
20th.
20th.
I would move this be continued till January the 20th.
Thank you, Jack.
Mr. Chairman, just a comment. We tried to visit this site over the weekend, and we could not locate where the buildings were. And
That's right.
I've asked them to stake them out, Carl.
You going to stake them out before our next site visit?
Yes,
And that's
already been done.
it's probably my fault because in the last, I was on the first site walk to this, and I thought we had figured out where the houses were going to go, And so I had said to Greg at the last public hearing that for the future, he should stake out, where the house was, but I didn't ask him to stake it out, in this instance. So that's probably my fault. But nonetheless, I'm still looking for a motion to continue
Second.
to January 20. Oh, that's right. We have a motion. We have a second. Are there any other discussion before we vote? Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit, Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself.
Yeah, Carl, just to clarify, if I may for a second, the afternoon we had our site walk, I got on the phone with Greg Roy and discussed it with him. He will make sure that it's staked out.
Great. Thank you, Matt.
The Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on notice of intent by Jeff Stone for work at Lot 2, 50 Page Street for the construction of a single-family home. I'm looking for a motion to continue until January 20th.
So moved.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion. Somebody seconded it. No further discussion. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and an aye for myself. Hey, we turned the page, at least on my copy.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Conservation Commission, Jack Rabbit.
just an inquiry. When we did have a chance to walk the site, we noticed quite a bit of debris in the back, and we couldn't discern whether it was part of that property. Remember the old trash cans and the logs and all that stuff, and I didn't know if that was part of that site. We also walked the path and we found a cute little wetland crossing bridge, and I suspect it wasn't on that property. And it was a little ATV on the other side of that wetland crossing bridge. And I'd asked Matt if he could go take a look at that. I don't know exactly what our position is. It looks like they built that bridge across the stream to use their ATV, and I do have pictures.
Thank you, Jack.
Okay, just to throw it out there.
All right, thank you. The Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on a notice of intent by Curtis Nikitas for work at 232 Burridge Street. The works for grading and construction of a stone wall within the buffer zone. I saw somebody here for that. Can you please raise your hand so you pop up to the top of the list? I saw Nikitas sign in before. Oh, here we are. Catherine Nikitas. Ask to unmute. Catherine, I've asked you to unmute.
Hello, my husband's on the computer. I'm just bringing my son down so we can join.
Can you? Oh, there I am.
There it is.
Oh, sorry.
You got to shut one of them off, though.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, there we go. We're back with Connor.
All right.
Yeah, son, I know how you feel.
This is 232 Burridge. Bear with me, I'm going to share the screen. Let's get a little bigger. Okay, Matt, do we have a DEP number on this yet?
Yeah, actually we do. Hold on one second. I will get it for you.
Thank you so much.
It is DEP 208-1204 with no comment from DEP.
Thank you so much. Let me call up my participant list so I can see everybody. All right, so why don't you tell us about your proposal here, Mr. and Mrs. Nikitas?
We were on probably a couple weeks ago at this point, or a couple meetings ago, about the retaining wall that we were replacing, and we didn't have the DEP number at the time. And our engineer Ken Oatfield can't be on tonight, but we were just going to propose it anyways. So this is an updated drawing, and I guess that's about all I got for you.
All right, do we have any questions or comments from commissioners?
I can't find my hand, Mr. Chairman, but I do.
Well, why don't you go ahead, Carl?
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I was just looking, the reason I can't find it, I was just looking for the notice. I think I saw somewhere that the wall height, what is the wall height? I thought it was like 36 inches or something.
It's, I think 48, 36, yeah.
36.
36.
Yeah. And the wall that, when I went down there, are you planning to take one of the rows off or something? Because the wall currently is closer to 5 feet.
That's what someone had proposed at our first meeting. So I believe that's kind of why he put that in as 36 inches now, because someone had proposed to taking that top layer of blocks off.
That's what the note says on the plan, Carl, to take one block off and then finish with a 6-inch cap.
Excellent. Thank you,
right
Ken.
on
I
the
can find
plan.
that.
Carl, was that it, Carl? You got something else?
No, it was just the height of the wall. I was confused.
That happens to me all the time. Rich Birch.
Bob, I did have a couple quick questions. One, there is what looks like a purpley dotted area, and I couldn't really find much explanation for that. And I know myself, I had asked for some remediation where they do have stumps and clearing, and they've taken away quite a bit of the natural vegetation along the 30-foot no disturbance zone. And I don't happen to see any of that listed on this new plan.
I believe because this purpley area wasn't on the original plan.
Correct.
And so I'm assuming that it's intended to be remediation, but I don't see any call out for it.
But it does say remove fill to a depth of 3 feet, and then it says something about loam and seed. So I don't know if that's...
Well, but loam and seed would not be appropriate, wetland remediation there.
And I think, Ken, the cart path or the remove the 3 feet has to do with the cart path base itself.
Okay.
Because it says the cart path was existing at 8 feet and widen at 12, restore to 8 feet and remove fill.
So Richard, if you had your way, what would it say on this plan for the purpley dotted area?
I would imagine that would be seeded with some sort of natural vegetation or wetland upland mix.
And so I think that would make an excellent condition for an approval.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
In going to what Rich is talking about,
yep.
I have a really good meadow mix that would work well here that New England Wetland Plants puts out, and it's in a tabular charted form. The seed mix is easy to get. I can add the table itself to the order of conditions and reference it.
Rich, how do you feel about that?
I think that's a good idea for any of the disturbed areas that are being the cart path being narrowed.
Yep.
I would like to see, and we can certainly put it in the order, the recent stumps along the wetland border and natural vegetation within the 30-foot buffer zone be replaced.
Okay.
Because there was clearing and dumping right down. If I remember correctly, I'd have to pull up some of the pictures to see it, but it was pretty obvious.
Anything else, Richard?
Nope.
Are there any other comments from commissioners? Are there any comments from the public? Richard, I would appreciate it if you would make a motion to implement what you just, your suggestions and comments. Oh, wait. Jeff has his hand up.
Yeah, just a question and just maybe a suggestion, but maybe the other commissioners, just the requirement to remove that top block. I'm not sure if it's required, and it might actually produce a little bit of a hill there with runoff. I think it might be better for it to be level up there, if that's maybe something that Curtis would want to do or not, but.
Do you mean leave the block in place?
Yeah, because if the block stays on the top, the yard up by the pool would be fairly level instead of it sloping down. So I'm not sure if that would kind of help with runoff going off the backside of that wall.
Mr. Nikitas, how high is each course of blocks?
They're 2 feet.
They're 2 feet.
Correct.
2 feet. Okay.
So that would make it, that'd make it 4 feet. I mean, the applicant's already volunteered to reduce the height of the wall.
Okay.
I agree with you, Jeff, that it's going to result in a slope, toward the wall, from up on top there.
Yeah. I was just, for slope and for safety, if, kids and stuff are up by that pool, I really don't think it's going to affect the final result at all. I'm just not sure if that's something that, Curtis was maybe looking to do. I was just kind of throwing it out there. That's about it.
I wouldn't know, Jeff, that there is a fence, if you take a look, there's a fence, a security fence, safety fence around, between the pool flat area and the wall.
Okay.
That fence is, that's the whole reason of this project, because when we bought the house a couple years ago,
Mr. Nikitas, I can't hear you.
No, I'm not, can you hear me now?
Yep.
I'm okay. That fence that's back there, if you look into the pictures, that's the whole reason of this project. When we bought the house a couple years ago, our home inspector basically said straight out to us that that's not a pool code fence. It was basically a split rail fence. Someone put chicken wire in, and it's pretty much fallen over and all broken. So that fence is not really suitable. And now, especially that we have the little guy, we need to make that pool area safe and secure. And as to that second story of the wall, I would rather keep it. The reasoning we changed it was the meeting that we talked a couple meetings ago before we had the DEP number. Someone had suggested that, and so I said, if we have to take it off, it is what it is. But if we can keep it, I'd rather keep the height it's at now, and that way I wouldn't have to bring any equipment back down there to get those blocks off, because they're about 3,600 pounds a piece.
Carl.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. I was, the reason I was sensitive to the height of the wall is I believe the previous wall was not that high. This is actually 2.5 courses. If you look at the pictures, it's actually 2.5 courses, so it's like 5 feet. And primarily, from the pictures I have, that top block is pretty much above the grade. And
It's actually the same grade as the patio of the pool. It's
yes. I'm saying
within about a half an inch.
But I'm saying the fill at the back of the wall that we're talking about is pretty much at the 36-inch height, and that top block is above that grade. And this being within the 50-foot no structure, I don't think we should allow the height of the wall to go up above the pre-existing wall. So I was quite in favor and happy to see that top course was coming off, and I think that's what should happen. My support.
Thank you. Ken Jones.
I guess the only question I have is what impact to the resource area does it have if the wall is 36 inches higher than what it was before, if it's in the same location? And if the slope is less, then the chance of runoff from the area to me would be less. So I guess I'm sort of in the same frame of mind as Jeff is. That's all.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to ask for input on the height of the wall from Jack Rabbit, and then I'm going to ask Rich Birch, and then I'll weigh in. Jack, how do you feel about the height of the wall?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, first of all, we do have a 50-foot no structure policy, but the wall is there, and the area has been disturbed. The concern was, is this just a strategy to fill this in and increase the lawn area and put the fence in? But it's a lot of money to throw away, and it's a lot of money to change it. And so it's back to what do I believe the impact will be? I was kind of happy that the lawn wasn't continuing and you weren't trying to cause a level area, and that I was interested in maintaining some sort of a habitat between the top of the fence and that area and allow it to just grow back where your birds and things like that can have a wonderful time. So that was my reasoning, and that's why I was supporting knocking the wall down so we don't level it and it doesn't become something other than just an overgrowth area. But I'm
Jack,
I'm in the middle, Bob. I'm in the middle.
Well, Jack, I don't want you to be in the middle. I want you to say one
or the other. One or the other. Okay, then I would be against it.
Thank you, Jack. Rich Birch, how do you feel about the height of the wall, Rich?
Myself, I don't have a problem with the height of the wall being as it sits today. I don't think it affects the resource area, and unfortunately, there were concerns of the integrity of the pool and the integrity of the slope. So I myself don't have a problem.
Well, then that makes four of us. So I'm looking for a motion to approve with the wall at the original height, at its present height, but with the uplands meadow mix in all used in all disturbed areas and areas where there's stumps. And if I missed anything, please chime in.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion for approval of the application with the stipulations that all areas west of the existing cart path be remediated with a meadow mix, and any stumps and large debris be removed from the 30-foot no disturbance zone. And the areas that are remediated with a meadow mix are allowed to go fallow. There is a comment on the plan about loam seed to establish lawn. That area should not be established as lawn. It should be allowed to grow fallow again.
Does fallow mean natural? Sorry.
I'm sorry?
Does fallow mean natural? Sorry.
It means not to be mowed as a lawn.
Right.
To just be allowed to grow and allow shrubs and small saplings and things to grow back in.
Okay, that's a motion. Before anyone seconds it, Jeff has his hand up.
Sorry, I was just going to ask about the fence, if it's okay if he replaces that fence. I know it's a split rail fence right now, and just put that in on the condition as well, that it might be replaced.
Matt, do we have to conclude that? I didn't think that was a regulated event.
Yeah, if it's in the buffer zone, you should add it to the motion and put it on the order.
Thank you, Jeff, for that excellent suggestion. Rich, do you accept that change to your motion?
Yeah, I would add that the existing fence around the pool can be maintained or replaced as needed.
And Rich, does your motion include any comment about the height of the wall?
Yes, the height of the wall can be is unfortunately I don't quite see it on the plan. Is there a height listed on the plan as the finished height of the wall?
The plan lists 36. but that's after it's been reduced. I think am I right, Mr. Nikitas? It would be 48 inches tall?
Correct. Actually, in between the 30 and 50, you can see it's really small, but it says bottom wall and top wall. It looks like bottom of the wall is 99 point something and top of the wall is 103 point something.
So was that the height that you're asking for, Mr. Nikitas?
Yes,
103.2?
I believe that's what it's currently at right now.
Okay. And so the wall will remain at the 103.2 contour.
All right. Thank you. Do I have a second to Richard's motion?
Mr. Chairman, discussion?
About, not till we get a second, Jack.
Sorry. Okay.
I would second that motion, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Now, Jack, discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for a point of clarification, and there would be, based on, I believe, what Richard stated, there will be no filling of that area between the existing fence and that wall. There's nothing going to fill it. You're just going to let it grow wild. Is that correct, Rich? Is that what you're stating?
No, my area that I was concerned with was remediating to the west of the wall the west of the cart path, between the cart path and the wetland.
Okay, so we would allow them to bring fill in to basically level it out to the wall. Is that what you're stating?
Yes.
And
That would reduce runoff.
Yes.
Well, run off into the wall. That's what it would do. It would perk underneath the wall. I don't have a problem with backfilling it. It's just that.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jack.
Mr.
Is there
Chairman?
any further discussions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman?
Carl Luck.
Yeah, I would just like to I was gonna have a similar question about the fill. I thought Richard wasn't saying fill. This is a significant deviation from, I'm pretty sure based on history, what we would approve if someone came in and asked for all of that, to increase a wall from 2 feet to 5 feet within the 50-foot buffer, and to do a significant amount of fill within the 50-foot buffer. So I'm just very concerned. This is very inconsistent what we would do if this application was coming in for the first time. And I would also like to clarify that when we added the fence, that the fence we're talking about would be a fence in the same location as the existing fence. Is that true?
That would be my motion, Carl, correct. The existing fence can be maintained or replaced, but it has to be done in position.
Okay, thank you, Richard. So
All right, I'm going to ask then for a roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
No.
Jack Rabbit.
No.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
Aye for myself. Thank you. On to our last public hearing.
Thank you, guys. One quick question I have.
Yep.
Obviously, with the snow coming and everything, with the conditions, planting of the wetland mix, that can be done, I'd assume, in the spring.
Your order of conditions is valid for 3 years.
Okay.
So definitely would recommend planting the second the spring settles in.
Perfect.
And then, of course, the site would need to be monitored. So Mr. Oldfield should submit, and I have it in the standard boilerplate for replications, which I'll apply to this one, that he should submit periodic reports. I'll require the reports to be monthly on the initial first year, and then quarterly in the second year if everything goes well.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So we just allowed a variance to occur. That would be correct to our policies and procedures after the fact. I'm just trying to keep a record, Bob. I'm going to start recording the variances and the reasons for it.
I don't know what a variance is. Are you talking about a waiver?
A waiver.
A waiver.
A waiver.
The Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on a notice of intent by by Jeff LaPierre for work at 1672 Mass Avenue to be held. Work proposed is rebuild of an existing shed, grading of existing lawn, repair of retaining wall, removal of tree, and the repaving of a driveway with gravel. Matthew, do we have Mr. LaPierre? I see Jeff LaPierre. Let's unmute them. I've asked you to unmute Mr. LaPierre.
Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this afternoon, Mr. LaPierre submitted 2 updated plans that are actually in the cloud in his file.
All
Under
right,
a separate folder.
Let's take a look at them. Let's stop sharing this screen. This is old news. Let's look for 1672 Mass Ave. All right, so let's share the screen.
Okay, so if you zoom in on the top right of the drawing.
I'm working on it, sir.
Okay. Yeah, so you can see in the bottom left there,
We're going to go down to 75%. Let's see if we can see a little more.
you can scroll to the left. Yeah, you can see where it's the original shed location is shown with the dotted box.
Is the dotted box. Okay, right here? No, that's... oh, I see, yes.
Over it right now.
Original
Yep.
shed is here.
Right, so that's the original shed location, and then the new proposed location is shown in the solid line.
Yep.
So that is an improvement over where it was. It gets it out of the 30-foot no disturb zone. And also it gets it away from the property line, because before it was right on the property line. And now it'll be 12 and a half feet away.
And can I ask a question, sir?
Yep.
It says the shed to be built on a concrete pad. Does this shed not have a floor? Not have a wooden floor?
Right, it had a wooden floor.
It has a wooden floor, so how come you're going to put it on a concrete pad rather than piers or something like that?
Just to get it up off the dirt. And so I can...
Because there's a lot more disturbance with a concrete pad than there is with piers.
Right. Well, when you guys had come out to visit, I had already prepared a gravel pad to pour the concrete. So.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry I interrupted you. Keep going, sir. What's your plan proposing here?
So that was the first activity, the shed, and then the other activity was to resurface the gravel driveway with crushed stone. So if you scroll up, a little more. Okay, so you can see the road across the top of the screen, and then you can see the driveway. Just an existing driveway that I want to resurface with crushed stone. It's currently stone dust, but it just needs to be freshened up. And the third activity that I'm proposing is to remove the 3 trees that are in the island in the center of the driveway. And then the fourth activity is to just continue rebuilding the existing retaining wall. So there would be no changes to the footprint of the retaining wall. It's just due to the frost, freeze, thaw cycles, the retaining wall is starting to tilt away from the banking. So, it's starting to fall apart. So I just want to dig behind it and regrade under the bottom row of blocks. They're interlocking blocks. They're not, architectural interlocking blocks. They're not held together with mortar or anything like that.
Can you please help at least me understand where this retaining wall is?
Okay, so right in the center of the screen, there, it comes out perpendicular from the front of the house, and there's a little.
Is that this heavy line here?
Yeah, it says existing.
Yeah, it's cleverly disguised by a label. It says existing black retaining wall to be repaired as needed.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
So I think that's it. Oh, and then in back of the house, if you scroll down, there used to be an above ground pool. So there's an area in back of the house. It says area to be fine graded, loamed and seeded. So that's an existing lawn. And there used to be an above ground pool there. And there was like a depression in the lawn, like a foot deep. And I just wanted to fill it in and loam it and seed it.
Comments or questions from commissioners? Jack.
Mr. Chairman, I know we've had a little bit of a discussion this earlier. I don't understand if that shed can be moved outside of the 50, and there seems to be ample space on the other side of the yard. Why wouldn't we move that? Why wouldn't we request to have that moved?
Well, the issue with moving it forward towards the road is it's going to interfere with the house if we go too far.
Well, I'm actually talking about the side of the house. I'm looking at it, taking that shed and moving it to the right and up out of that 50-foot wetland area. And it would seem like there's an ample space in that area to place that shed.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the septic system is.
Well, where's your septic system?
It's on the right-hand side of the house.
Okay,
Right
I see the D box and I see the existing, but I'm talking about ahead of the D box or distribution box, perhaps towards running it parallel to the existing house up in that higher area where it says area to be fine graded and loomed. You're regrading it anyway. So why wouldn't we just put it up there and get it out of that 50-foot zone?
It's just access to it. That's the only thing.
Well, you've got access from the other side as well if you need to bring anything in. I don't see why we wouldn't request that it be put there.
Well, but Jack, it is an existing structure.
It's a different structure, Bob.
Is it in the same footprint as the pre-existing structure?
Is it exactly the same size?
Yeah.
And we've allowed pre-existing structures to be rebuilt in the same spot consistently. So it wouldn't be out of the realm of what was approved in the past.
Anything else, Jack?
No, that'd be it. Thank you.
Carl?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to, voice a complaint or acknowledge that we just got these prints today. It does not even come close to complying with our getting them in advance and certainly before a site walk. So we've not had a chance to visit the site with the actual print. This print has got a lot more detail. It's very good, but it's got the kind of detail we need to do a proper site walk. So I don't think based on meeting that regulation, I think the discussion is good and the question is good, but I don't think we should be voting on this tonight until we've had an opportunity to visit the site. Second, I was on a site walk there quite a while ago, with the print available at the time. I don't remember a gravel pad back there. I remember sort of a trench where it was explained that the old shed used to be. We've never seen the shed there, but I accept that there was a shed in the yard. There was sort of a trench that it was, I believe we were told that the prior structure was on top of that trench. Clearly there was no pad associated with it. I think, building a shed that's, sitting on the ground and not permanent is very different than a cement pad that's being now proposed to be poured into a 50-foot no structure area. So I think that is not the same as was there, by a long shot being a cement pad. And I think if we had a site walk, we could take a look and see if there are other available spots for that. I don't know.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I have to agree with Carl on that point.
So
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
What else, Carl?
The only other thing, and I'd like to, I could take care of a visit again, is, there was some discussion about the driveway area and the roundabout, which I think it's going to maintain, but for some reason it's taking down all the trees. I don't know there's any regulation issue, but I would like to revisit that and understand, and maybe the homeowner can explain why removing all of the trees, from that area.
Okay, so the gravel pad was kind of obstructed because if you recall, when you visited, we had just had a windstorm and a tree had fallen down on top of where the shed was. So that's why it probably wasn't that clear where the gravel pad was. So when you guys came there, I had asked if I could remove the tree, and I've since done that. So that might clear that issue up. As for the trees in the driveway, one of the trees is kind of close to the house. It's leaning toward the house. So that was the primary reason for removing that tree. So two of the trees that are closest to the retaining wall, the roots are growing underneath the driveway. The driveway was originally paved and it's all broken up now from the roots. So that's why I'd like to remove at least those two trees, the ones closest to the wall. But my plan was, if possible, to remove all three trees and then plant a specimen tree in the center.
Okay, I don't see that on the plan, but okay, that's all the questions I have. And
Thank you. Rich Birch has had his hand up for quite a while now.
I did have a couple quick questions as to the three activities. The repair as needed of the block wall out in front of the house. That's basically runs in and out of the 100-foot buffer zone. I don't have any problem with that. And I do have a big concern when I view the Google Map satellite view. I cannot see the existing shed, the prior existing shed due to the canopy. So I am concerned that there's been a substantial amount of grading in the 30 and 50-foot no disturbance zone around where the shed, the previous shed was.
I do believe in the updated plans that Mr. LaPierre submitted, there is a plot plan from when he purchased the house, when the mortgage inspection was done, that actually shows the pre-existing shed.
Yep.
It should be in that file.
I can see the pre-existing shed on the plan that was presented, the updated plan. I can also see the existing tree line on the updated plan that was presented. But the existing tree line today does not correspond with the tree line of just a year or two ago. So I am concerned that there is a fair amount of grading and tree removal other than that one tree that had fallen during the storm.
Right. When you guys had come out, I had mentioned that there was a tree on either side of the shed. And what everybody refers to as the trench, there was a tree there right in front of the shed that was dropping limbs on the roof of the shed.
Okay, and you were permitted to take the trees down and grade all around where the shed was?
No.
Okay. So I do have a concern that we do have a violation in the 30-foot no disturbance zone of grading and tree removal, other than that one tree that had fallen. And the other thing, and Matt, I think I had asked you prior, was the existing shed permitted?
I don't have anything on record.
Okay. So I would have a problem putting it back in and treating it as an existing structure where it was not previously permitted in the buffer zone. And one other area that does catch my eye on the plan is out towards Mass Ave. We have existing parking area to be resurfaced with crushed stone. Again, when I look at overhead view on Google, most of that does appear to be greened lawn area and tree canopy over it. So I do have a concern with any of the crushed stone or any parking area within the 50-foot no disturbance. And as to the third activity that the applicant was looking for, the fine grading, loaming and seeding in the backyard, as long as it's outside of the 50-foot, the grading, we shouldn't have any issue. I know when we walked out there, it just needed a little touch up, so I don't have any problem with that. But my biggest concern is where the shed was, where the new shed's gonna be inside the new structure, no structure zone, and the treeing and filling that was already done out behind the old shed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Richard. My concerns are, if I look at this plan, you've got at the top here where it says existing parking area to be resurfaced with crushed stone.
Yep.
Richard, is that the area that you said appears to be green on our previous aerials?
Yeah, green and treed.
Green and treed. So that's a concern. I have no trouble with taking the trees down. Seeing as they're outside the 30 and outside the 50 and they're next to the driveway and they're near the house. I have no trouble with the rebuilding of the wall. I have no trouble with the seating and grading over here. I don't think this. I don't think the shed should be on a concrete pad, and I don't think the shed should be within the 50. I think it's a little extreme to ask them to put it all the way over here on the right where it's hard to get at. I don't know, but I think it could be fit in here. And I agree with Richard that it appears as though there's been some tree work over here that wasn't permitted. And so we might want to ask for some replanting there. And I also agree with Carl that seeing how these plans just came in today, this could have been included in the Saturday's site walk, if the plans had come in when they were supposed to. And I don't think we have any business voting on this tonight, without going out and having another site walk, with the advantage of, having some accurate plans in our hands. Richard Birch.
Mr. Chair, can I ask you to perhaps just bring up the Google overhead, the satellite view?
I will do my best.
Okay, thank you. Just so everybody gets an idea of what I'm seeing as far as the.
This will take me just a minute. I'm going to go at it through CAI GIS. So let's share that screen.
So while we're waiting, just to address your concern about the parking area out in the front, that entire area is all stone dust. So although it looks green, it's just weeds growing in the stone dust.
I'm sorry, what's the address here?
1672.
Thank you. All right, let's do 2019 orthos. The assessor seems to have a little different idea where your property lines are. This often happens. Where you can clearly see, so let's see if we go over to these. Still puts the property line in a little different place than what it appears on your survey. So Rich, which ones do you want me to, so here's 2013, 2014. Am I sharing this screen?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, good. Because I can't always, and then here's 2000. So if we go back and forth, here's 2013, 2014, you clearly see some trees down there. And then we go to 2019, and those trees are all of a sudden gone. So I see exactly what you're talking about, Richard.
All the trees, there's been absolutely no work done out there.
Well, something happened between this picture and that picture. Although it is, wait a minute. No, it's still something happened because that's, this is a winter picture versus summer picture. And these are pines versus deciduous. Let's go back to 2012. That doesn't help. Let's see what Google Maps has to say. Google Satellite. Google Satellite's not coming up.
I did just email you a screen capture, Bob,
Thank you.
from Google.
Let me see if I can't pull that up. Ah. Oh yeah, let's see if we can't share that.
Careful, Bob.
Careful of what?
You're sharing your email.
Oh, we don't care. We don't have a lot of secrets. Jeff, you have your hand up while I'm trying to share my screen here.
Oh yeah. It was a while ago. No, it's been addressed. Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I believe this is what Richard is talking about. Looks like it's from a slightly different angle, Rich.
Not too much of one. I mean, it's looking straight down at the house. You
Yeah.
can clearly see the driveway going around the three large treed island. You can see the green area off to the upper left where they're looking to make a parking space and cover with stone. And down where the existing shed was, there's absolutely no view of it. And I think this was before any of the trees had fallen.
Yep.
So it certainly does show that there's been some disturbance around the house where the existing tree line today is marked on the revised plan that we just received.
Well, and the applicant just said there was a couple of trees that he took down and he didn't have permission. So, but I do think it calls for a site visit. And so I guess I'm looking for a motion to continue. Matt, do we have a DEP number on this?
Yes, we do. Just give me 1 second and I will get it for you. Sorry, my computer's been a little slow tonight.
That's all right. Oh, we're gonna admit Mike LaRouche.
1672 Mass Ave. DEP number 208-1193. Technical comments. Before a permit is issued, the applicant should provide a revised plan showing the type and location of erosion and sediment controls / the limit of the work area. Applicant should also provide the method and supporting documentation of the delineation of bordering vegetated wetlands.
Thank you, Matt. So, Mr. LaPierre, unfortunately, you know, if you had submitted this plan like last Wednesday, I think we'd be might be in a position to vote on this tonight, but I agree with Mr. Luck that we probably should go out and take a look at it before, plus I think if you heard, you need 4 votes from among the members present, and I don't think you have them. Did anybody else have any comments about this going forward? Jeff?
Yeah, I think with this plan, it would be much helpful to take another site visit. So,
Thank you, Jeff.
Yep.
I would say at a minimum, based on the comments so far, you better think about moving your shed and getting it out of the 50. I'm looking for a motion to continue till January 20th.
Make a motion to continue to January 20th.
Thank you,
Second.
Richard. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Hearing no further discussion, roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
aye.
and I for myself. So, Mr. LaPierre, I suggest you think about revising your plans in response to the comments here. And we'll hopefully, so long as, there's not 2 feet of snow, we'll be out, in January, the Saturday before the 20th.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
just to be clear, so we can take action next time, I think I heard from Matt's reading from DEP, there were some actions that the DEP suggested or requested that the applicant may need to take action on. Is that true, Matt?
Yeah, well, the DEP asked for the delineation of the wetlands. I mean, the wetlands weren't formally delineated, but it's pretty obvious as to where they are.
Yeah.
The second was the plans. They wanted basically surveyed plans showing the limit of work, erosion protection, things that we had already asked for.
Okay.
In which we've
I just
received.
want to make sure there's no other actions for the applicant so we don't get tangled up in that.
Nope, good point.
Great, thank you.
We're on to enforcement. Matt, would you like to take us through our enforcement actions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I
before you
think
move
somebody's
on,
waiting.
yeah, there was a comment in the chat about the Fournier hearing so I don't know if you want to just read that, or it was on the agenda, but we didn't open it or pass it over or something like that.
I miss it?
Maybe Dan
Yeah.
Wolf.
Oh, I did. I missed it. I'm back. My mistake. I apologize. Thank you for someone paying attention to the chat. I apologize. I missed it's at the bottom of my page. The Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on a notice of intent by John Fournier, 25 Pearl Street, for the construction of an extension to a deck, demolish and rebuild an existing garage, and upgrade of a septic system. I am so sorry. Let's unmute these people. Let's see. So it's Dan Wolf. I'm going to ask you to unmute. And let me find Mr. Fournier. Oh, he's here somewhere. I just asked Francesca Fournier to unmute.
I'm here.
Okay. And so now we're both unmuted. Let me see if we can find a screen to share. First of all, let's get rid of some of these screens. One moment, I got to do some house cleaning here. Okay, so now let's go back to this meeting. This is 25 Pearl Street. And let's see, we've got a 25 Pearl Street update thing. Revised 12.2. Let's share this screen. I see we have a revised plan. Tell me if you'd like me to do something different with this revised plan that I think I'm sharing.
Yeah, I think that covers the area that we need to be looking at.
All right. If you want me to blow it up or anything or move it around, just let me know.
Okay. Thank you for hearing us tonight. I got a little concerned.
I'm so sorry. That's my mistake.
Not a problem. We have made a number of changes to the plans based on the comments we received 2 meetings ago from the commission. I just wanted to highlight those changes. The holding tank that's part of the septic system, that has been moved out of the 50-foot zone as much as possible, given all the other relevant offsets to the property lines, to the building, and to the well. So that has been moved to the greatest extent possible. And we had discussed that it might still hang within a little bit of the 50, but it's a tank that's going to be buried in the lawn area, restored after that. More of a bigger change in direction at your suggestion, at your strong suggestion, was, if you recall, we had an addition off to the east side of the house that was going to be used for outside storage. And it was suggested that we do move that out of the 50-foot zone and potentially attach it to the garage. And that's exactly what has happened. The plan now shows a 10 by 14, what we're calling a tool shed now, which will serve the same purpose, just outdoor storage of summer chairs, tables, canoes, whatnot, fishing rods. So that suggestion did complement what we are doing very well. So we have added that. Along with that addition to the garage, we have added more of the drip line recharge to catch any runoff from the rooftops, and to get that to infiltrate right back into the ground, so that would not be traveling across the yard space and into the lake. The third thing we did was, at your request, we did add the 30-foot no touch zone. That line work is on the plan now. And someone had asked for us to add a summary chart of impervious areas within the 50 and the 100 foot buffer zones, and that's been added to the plan. It's just above where you have viewed now. And then lastly, if you'd note the line of trees, you just moved it. If you'd note the line of trees down near the lake, the northernmost tree that's shown is labeled tree to be removed. That is the tree that we raised at the last meeting that was severely damaged. It had two major offshoots, and one of those offshoots came down in an earlier storm. The other half of it is not in good shape and is actually leaning toward an area just to the east of the tree that's used by the neighborhood as access to the lake. So it really is a hazard. At your request, we did locate that specific tree. It's shown on the plan. And we've also submitted to the commission a letter requesting that the tree be removed and it be removed without to be replaced in kind, based on the fact that there really isn't any other practical location to put a tree there. The stump and root system of that tree will remain, so we're not disturbing the ground surface. And that tree is surrounded by many other trees in that whole wooded band along the lake. So we had submitted all that, and hopefully you get a chance to read that letter. The letter also included some photos of what remains of the tree now and how it's leaning toward that access route to the east. So I think that addresses all the points I wanted to make in terms of the revisions. So I'm hoping that this meets with the commission's approval. And if I can answer any further questions, I'd be happy to.
Jack Rabbit.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Carl and myself and Matt did go out and visit the site again on Monday. And the observation with regard to the tree that's identified as being removed, it is accurate. In fact, you can see that the tree is now leaning so far over, it's actually causing an uplift on the landward side, so that you can see a clear bulge. The tree's going. The clarification that the root system will stay, but there are two other smaller trees kind of intertwined with that one. Is the intent to leave those there?
If John would be best to answer that question. John, did you hear the question?
I think he's muted.
He must have muted himself again. I just asked him to unmute. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't able to do that earlier. Thank you. I didn't really see any other trees that would be taken down at all or touched, just that one that was leaning.
Okay. Yeah, there's one that kind of sits right next to it, and then there's another one that's a couple feet away from it. Carl, you want to help me here?
Yeah.
You can see him in the picture that's in that letter.
On a more to the east side, towards the right of way.
This is Carl Luck. Yeah, there's one tree that is they're touching each other. It's maybe only 3-4 inches in diameter, near the base, but it's pretty tall. It's probably 20 feet or more tall. But I can't imagine how you'd cut down that big pine, which I do agree with, without that down too. And then there's two smaller ones that are within 3 feet of the base of this tree we're talking about, that are like tree wannabes. Yeah, in this picture, it's hard to see that tree that I'm talking about. It's behind. It's on the. It's further
keep
down the
scrolling.
shoreline.
Scroll to the third picture,
Yeah.
Bob. It shows it really clearly.
Yeah.
I was only concerned, quite honestly, with the large one that was leaning over the waterway. That one there.
Yeah, see the tree that trunk that's
Scroll a little bit more.
No, right
There
there.
you
That
go.
trunk. Yeah, there you
Oh,
go.
yeah, there is a small one there. Yeah.
There's no way you can leave that one and take the big one.
I can't imagine it, but if the homeowner thinks he can, I think that would solve at least my issue. I think if you can't, which I can't imagine how you do, the other little two things near it are probably going to have to go at the same time.
It has
I think if you could manage to leave that tree, which is tall and seems to be healthy. That would be great.
Yeah, I don't
And
see any reason why it couldn't be avoided.
Right. It's establishing a root system that's protecting that embankment, and that's pretty steep in that little section right there.
Mm-hmm. It is, yeah.
I'd personally be satisfied if they could leave that tree, if they could avoid damaging that tree and leaving it there.
Yep.
Mhm. That was the intention, quite frankly.
Thank you. Anything else, Carl?
Yeah, just to close that piece of it. Yeah, I think if that tree can be left, I would agree with not to add any more. But if it's not successful, I would look to have at least one tree added that is maybe the tree coming down and the property line. I think that would suffice to meet the intent of the regulation, even though the one coming down is huge. But there's so many other trees. I think you should get some credit for that nice line of
cedars.
It's beautiful. So that's why one tree, if you leave that one, that would be great. Otherwise, I think replace it with at least one more, in my opinion. I also like to say, thank you for working so hard on the holding tank. I understand that you're squeezing it as best you can. Appreciate that, and I appreciate the efforts to move the storage out of the 50. So that's wonderful. The only place I still have any anxiety is the covering the deck. The existing deck is adding a roof to the existing deck, which is partially within the 30-foot. Never mind the 50, where we've told people they can't, cover decks or platforms before, but this one's within the 30. So I know what you're trying to do, just to get that cover, but I think I would have a problem with some of the other decisions we've made in coming forward. I don't know if you consider an awning, that can be retractable or something there to get you that shade that you're looking for, but a covered deck pretty much goes against what I've seen our decisions go and where I think our regulations are. And that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Carl. Anything else?
No.
Thank you, Jack. Were you done?
I'm just seconding Carl's suggestion that there's an awning versus something that's retractable that will allow us to maintain that impervious area.
Thank you. I'd like to hear, given we have two commissioners comment, and I'd like to hear from Rich, Ken, and Jeff on the idea of covering the deck with a awning versus a versus a roof. Ken?
I don't have a problem with what's proposed. I think that I appreciate the changes that were made and the covering of the deck. I don't have an issue with it, taking.
Thank you, Ken. Jeff?
Yeah, I feel the same. I think with the infiltration trench on the front side of that deck, with the addition of that and all the changes that they've made, I think, looking at the ground underneath the deck, I really don't see any issue with covering it.
Thank you. Richard?
Thank you, Bob. I will defer with Carl and Jack as far as the tree removal. If they're happy with it, I'll be happy with it. I do have a problem with covering the deck. If the deck itself looks like they're probably going to be replacing it at some point, which is fine, replacing it in kind. But unfortunately, covering it with a permanent roof will at some point make it a lot easier for it just to become a room. So now we have a full house expansion into the no structure and the 30-foot no disturbance zone. So I would not be in favor of permanent covering over the deck, nor the additional proposed deck.
All right. And so where's the applicant?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
If I could just try to win over those naysayers on the roof. I just want to point out that if this were certainly new construction, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But this is an existing house in that fixed location. If I could change it, I would, but I can't. So the deck is there. The desire is to cover it with a permanent structure. And the whole idea of having a deck then turn into an impervious rooftop, all that seems to do is to add the impervious area, giving direct runoff from any stormwater. That is the sole purpose of providing all these infiltration trenches, is to mitigate any excess flow from this small, shall I say, covering over the deck. The soil, we did soil testing there. The soils are extremely permeable, meaning that anything that rolls off that proposed rooftop would go into the trench and completely infiltrate back into the groundwater table. I understand what the rule says, but again, my predicament is we have a house and a deck in a fixed location. I can't change that. And there's a strong desire to have that covered porch. And I would ask those, I believe, 3 members that were against it to possibly reconsider based on the soil conditions that would readily accept any more runoff.
If any of those 3 members want to change their mind, I wish they'd speak right now. If I hear nothing, I'll assume they're not going to change their mind.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I am going to hold with my position in that we're now talking about something within 30 feet. We're we work folks really hard. We make people take stuff out. And I do appreciate, the fact that this is an existing situation and it's kind of tough. But the existing situation is that we've got a nice little patio that sits out in front. And if they wanted to put an umbrella or a veranda or something on there, that'd be fine. I support what Rich has mentioned, is that we know for a fact that these things turn into 4-season rooms somehow. And the next thing you know, there's a heater in there. Next thing you know, it's a room. And that's not where we're trying to go.
Thank you, Jack, but I didn't need you to say anything if you weren't going to change your mind.
Okay, you know me, Bob. I gotta support. I gotta explain.
Thank you, Jack. Dan, I would be amazed if either of those 3 people change their mind. You need 4 votes. If you want this to be passed tonight, it's going to be passed with an awning, not with a roof. So that's where we're at.
Understood. Just a quick conversation with Mr. Fournier. John, are you willing to remove that rooftop from the proposal?
It's funny, Dan, I appreciate everyone's time tonight. I feel very badly. I'm at work right now and my wife is at home. The one thing that she really wanted was a rooftop over that deck from the time we bought the property. And, on a personal side, my wife had cancer a few years ago, and I know an awning would serve the same purpose, but she can't be exposed to sunlight, direct sunlight, which she enjoys. And we had a lot of conversations around that, and we thought with the stone out front, it would mitigate the water runoff, which you said already tonight. So on my behalf, I totally understand everyone's job. I appreciate it, respect it. We bought a piece of very depressed property. We put a lot of time and effort into it to make it right in a homestead. And I really wish, as Dan said, that some of the parties would reconsider just having an overhang over that existing 8x20 deck and also wrapping around the side doors so we could have access to the house from the outside rather than going through the patio door. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Carl, Carl,
Mr. Chairman,
Carl
yeah,
has his hand up.
I'm very sympathetic. I know the lake and these lots very well. Unfortunately, that is the lot that was purchased, and our regulations haven't changed since it was purchased. So, but I would say that I've put an awning on the front of my house and it's sensitive to the sun, and I figured the issue here, not so much the rain. And you can get an awning that will give you more shade than that roof, because you can get an awning that'll extend even further out than a roof will. So I think you'll achieve the same, or I think better, quite frankly, shading with the properly sized.
Carl, are you referring to a retractable awning?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. If you look at the one in the front of my house, it extends out about 14 feet or more, and you can actually adjust. You can lower it a little bit so that if the sun comes underneath it, which it will in this location, then you can actually get better shade, get better shading with a proper awning than you can with a fixed roof.
Well, Mr. Luck, thank you for your perspective. That might help John in making his decisions, but I'm going to stress to John that we've come 99% of the way on this project. I suggest that we agree at this point to remove the rooftop. You can take the time to look into awnings and perhaps some other options. But I do know that you want to get started on everything. And I would say that it would be best if we remove that one portion of the project so that you can begin the improvements you've planned.
I agree.
Okay. With that said, Mr. Chairman, we'd like to continue moving forward, hopefully with a positive vote for the rest of the project. But we will formally ask you to not include the rooftop over the deck.
Thank you, Jack. You have your hand up.
Chairman, thank you. Just wanted to point out that we are, or get an understanding that we are in fact accepting a structure within that 50-foot buffer, and that is the proposed deck area, the increased deck area. Is that correct?
It wraps around from the deck to the stairs on the side.
We're going, I'm supporting that part. I'm just not supporting the roof.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. I'm going to put your hand down.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Bob.
That's all right.
Here we go.
Are there any, Carl?
I just wanted to make it clear too, I think, with Jack for reminding me that since that, I assume that the addition of that structure for the deck is it is also allows the water to go through the decking. We've allowed those before in the 50-foot, so I don't have a particular problem with that, especially if we remove the roof. And I'd also like to offer to the homeowner, if they want to come over and check out my awning, they're more than welcome. I live just down the street.
Thank you, Carl. Are there any comments or questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve the plan as presented with the removal of the roof over the deck.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Hearing no further discussion, we'll take a roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
No.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of clarification, and I apologize, we jumped right into the vote. There was a discussion on the tree, and that if that tree in the picture could be saved, that would be acceptable, but if not, then one tree would be added. Is that part of the motion and agreement with the owner?
Well, we did vote on it already. I guess I'm looking to the past chairman for guidance here on, can we redo a motion? Or can we amend the motion?
Well, I believe as part of the hearing, the applicant agreed to replace that one tree if he could not keep the one tree as he was taking out the one he wanted to take out. Am I correct in that?
Yep. You
Now,
did
if
agree to that in the hearing.
If he did state that during the hearing and agreed to it, that technically becomes part of the application.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anything else? All righty then.
All right. I thank you very much. I assume we concluded with that vote, correct?
Yeah, we are concluded.
Yes.
All right. Thank you all very much. I appreciate your time and thought for this.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you.
All right. Now, Matthew, is there anybody who's still here who we should talk to now before we go through enforcement?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Okay. Well, I didn't know, maybe somebody was here for, because I hate to have people hanging on, but all right. So Matthew, please take us through enforcement then.
Okay, so 90 Ruth Street, the gentleman at the last meeting agreed to contact me to file the paperwork for a retroactive determination, and I have not heard from this person. So I would like the commission to ratify the enforcement order that I have ready to go, which would require him with a deadline to contact me to get the request for a determination. And that deadline, hold on, let me just look up my notes. Just bear with me again for a second. I just want to make sure I'm correct in my thinking here as to what I gave him. I gave him until Wednesday, December 30th to contact the office.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Just a clarification on contact the office. Is that to file or is that?
That's to file the paperwork.
That's okay. So we'll have a file. So that's perfect then. So we'd have a filing in advance of our site visit before the meeting on the 20th.
That is correct.
Excellent. Thank you.
So it sounds to me like you're looking for a motion there, Matt, to approve your enforcement order.
Yes.
So moved.
Second. Someone's gonna second this, I know it.
We said second.
Thank you. We're gonna do a roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs. Oh, Katie's not here. Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. Let's keep going through enforcement, Matt.
Okay, next up. Fire Road 12. Heather did sign off, and I've received, as of today, the original notice of intent document for Fire Road 12 that Mr. Wu and Mr. Benjamin have filed. They have paid the fees. I'm having them do up a sketch plan, and it'll be on for the next meeting.
Okay. 9 Valley Road.
I'm going to have to take that one back up. I was detained on these other matters, so I haven't had a chance to get back in contact with them.
Okay, and 232 Burridge, we're taking that off because we just passed that.
788 Page, the enforcement order was delivered by hand by the police department. The property owner is contacting me, and we're agreeing on dates that I can do a site walk with him. And I'm going to get his permission to have the commission go onto the property on our Saturday site walk so you guys can see exactly what happened.
Okay.
275 Holman. Ken gave me a heads up on this. There were some photos I believe I put in the cloud. Sydney Landscape has been doing some work on this property. The property actually is out of the buffer zone. But with that heavy rain event we had, there was silt that basically bled off. made its way into a downstream wetland area. The owner has contacted me. I'm going to be meeting with him Monday on site with the landscaper, so I can review, any potential erosion protections that need to be put up, let him know exactly what was wrong here, and do some corrective action. Again, the area is out of the buffer zone for his property. However, it did cause some runoff to go within. That brings it under our enforcement. It's what I affectionately note in the law is the too little too late clause. So before the situation becomes more of a problem, I mean, you had fines that basically went off, and the fines blew through with the heavy volume of water. We want to stop this before it winds up accumulating in a wetland system. So that's about it.
Okay, thank you. Fire Road 16.
Fire Road 16, I checked that area out to ensure that it qualified as a wetland. Under our local bylaw, it does. I have an enforcement order going out to Keating's. I'm trying to contact people to see exactly who their environmental person is now. They did have an environmental person full-time at one point. She left. They replaced her with a temporary. The temporary's gone, and no one's ever taken their place. So I'm going to need to speak to them exactly as to who I'm going to need to deal with. I need to establish a point of contact, somebody that I can refer to when these issues creep up.
Okay. And 48 Oak Ridge.
48 Oak Ridge, I'm in the middle of evaluating this. I'm going to be sending a notice out to the owner. It would appear that we did approve a request for determination for a specific scope of work, one of which being replacing of a patio. And it looks like a rooftop structure has been erected based on what I can see from the ortho photos. There are actually two coverings, but one of them looks like a tent. So I need to actually be able to get on the property and look at it physically. So a notice is going out on that one.
Okay, thank you.
I also have another one that will be coming up. 390 New West Townsend Road. We approved an order of conditions for Albie Donaldson for the construction of a single family house. I got reports of trees being cut in an area that exceeded the scope of our approved work. When I went up there, what I discovered was the area that we approved has been cut perfectly. However, the person doing the tree cutting is doing tree work for apparently 3 existing abutters. And in the course of doing that work, wound up traversing wetlands covered under our local bylaw. I'm working with the tree company to come up with a plan to address that issue.
Okay,
So I'll have that up on a future agenda.
thanks. Old business, board planning, Reno and Hollis Road. We had an on-site meeting. We had a lot of public comment. We had a discussion. I guess at this point, I'm looking for a motion. I'd like to do them separately. I'm looking for a motion to authorize Gary Goldrup to do a forest cutting plan for the Reno property. Unless you think we need more work, because I do recall at one point we talked about we'd have to go around the back and scope out to see what existing trails were there and stuff. I mean, maybe I'm thinking out loud now. Maybe that was premature. What are people's thoughts on this? And let me ask Rich Birch to unmute so he can talk if he wishes.
I'm muted. No, I'm not muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong. I'm looking.
You're looking at the wrong Birch.
Wrong Birch. Sorry.
No problem.
You were looking at the good looking one.
Unfortunately, I was not able to be on the site walk, so I'm not sure the public's opinion as to the two properties. As long as the public seem to be either neutral or in favor of performing some forest maintenance out there, as prescribed by the stewardship plans and the bird habitat plans that we have on the different properties. I would certainly be in favor of having a quick discussion with Gary and get him started, at least developing some forest maintenance plans on the two properties. I would caution Gary that we should try to do them no more than 50% of the total land mass of the properties. And that we do want to have at the Reno property a parking area that is completed and usable when the project is done. So I don't know if that would certainly come into the bidding process, that we would stipulate that and stipulate trails. But I think we should certainly just, unless you already have, talk with Gary a little bit more on just refining what we want for a forestry cutting plan.
I think we need to have a discussion, because I'd like to see, because he had mentioned that it wouldn't be going up near Route 13, so it wouldn't be that visible from the road, because of the terrain there. I do think we want to make sure that whatever we do there, whatever contract because it's my understanding we have to sign a contract with Gary. I was not chair when we did this before. But to me, we want to take and make sure that whatever contract we sign at the end of this, we have a parking lot and we have some kind of viable trail path that goes, through the property over to where Brandon's put all that work into, getting the lettuce people to donate a piece of land so we can have a connection, with the Southern Saliva piece. But those are just my thoughts, and I'm only one member. So, but there was absolutely no public opposition to anything on Reno. Absolutely none. Ken, you have something.
I just wanted to say I agree with you and Rich that all of that stuff needs to get included in the scope of the work. The other thing that I think we should talk to Gary about is making sure that we leave a significant enough buffer behind the houses that abut the property that, kind of run along Old Farm Road, that, they're not going to be impacted. So I think that, the Chase Road area is a concern, but I think to me, a bigger concern is those backyards on Old Farm, just to make sure we don't encroach too much with the cutting to those property lines. But I think, everything else, the parking area, the trail improvement, I think that should definitely be included in the scope of the work.
And I feel very confident we're not going to get any pushback on this on the Reno piece. Matthew, what would be the next step to develop a contract with Gary? Would we take a vote tonight? What would we do?
To be on the safe side, make a motion and a vote.
Yep.
I will work out the details with Gary. What Gary normally would do in a situation like this, I actually just worked out a similar situation with him on a cutting plan in Sterling, very similar to what you guys are looking at right now. And what Gary would do is when he puts out his prospectus for the wood, he would put out a scope of work that would include any of these items that you guys want. And essentially you would have a certain amount of income based on your available lumber. So he would get his bid prospectus on that. And then he would price out what it would cost to implement a parking area and what the logging company would need to do to ensure that the trail connector trail was cleaned up. And that would basically come out of whatever revenue is generated prior to us getting a check. And the way this works, the check would come first. So it'd be better to have it as a motion and a vote.
So I guess I'm looking for a motion on the Reno property to develop a forest cutting plan. Ask Matt to work with Gary to develop a contract for a forest cutting plan that would maintain a buffer zone behind the houses, maintain a buffer zone along Chase Road, provide a parking area, and provide a trail access at the end to the back of the property over there where it adjoins the lettuce property. Jack.
Chairman, thank you. Are we taking the Hollis property and the Reno property and asking him to come up with one?
I want to do this as two separate votes.
Okay, because I thought they were kind of related in order for us.
Well, they could be related.
Yeah. That's okay. I'm either way. I just want to make sure we were going to get the Hollis piece somehow. Help those birds.
We're going to discuss that next, Jack.
Thank you. Good job.
You know, and it could be that Gary, you know, I don't know how that discussion is going to go. You know, I don't know how our discussion is going to go on the Hollis piece. You know, but it could be depending upon how, you know, if that goes also affirmative, it could be that we're going to want to do it as, you know, Gary may advise us that it should be one, you know, we should be bid as one thing, not two. You know, so it'll be a dynamic, interactive process. But
No, agreed. If I may, it's going to wind up that if, you know, because the Hollis Road is a specific patch cut, you know, geared towards the bird habitat. So if Gary looks at his bid prospectus and finds when he's doing his estimates that we actually would lose money on Hollis, he may group it all in as one contract so that all the costs are covered on both parcels.
Richard, did you have something you were going to add?
I had a quick question from Matt. I know that we did not move forward with the Robs Hill after the cutting plan was developed and paid for. And I believe Gary said that he would work with us on our next plan. Is that correct, Matt? As far
Yeah,
as
that's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that that was fresh in your mind when you were talking with Gary.
Yep.
Okay.
Is there any further discussion about the Reno? So I guess I'm still looking for a motion.
I'd make a motion, Mr. Chair, to have Matt contact New England Forestry and talk with Gary Goldrip about developing a forestry plan for the Reno property with the ideas that we have discussed this evening as far as a parking area to be completed and some trails going in from the parking area through the lot and terminating at the corner with the Little Leaf greenhouse and the parks portion of the Saliba property.
And the buffer zones.
And what about the buffer zones?
Buffer zones on Old Farm Road.
Buffer zones on
Yes, and certainly make sure that Gary is aware of the neighbors.
Yep.
And that we do leave appropriate buffer zones so that they are not impacted by any of the forestry maintenance.
Excellent motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birsch.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And an aye for myself. Hollis Road. Hollis Road, we have two parts, okay? Originally, we've just talked about the patch cut there. And Jeff brought up, well, do you also at the same time want to do a, what did he call it? What do you call the rest of the?
Selective cut.
A selective cut, you know, to cover the cost of the patch cut, you know, or do we not want to do a selective cut? Certainly, there was a lot of public concern, you know, from all the people who are very interested, you know, in the Hollis Road pollinator habitat and everything going on over there. I'm looking for comments and, you know, where do people think we are on that? And, you know, what should we do here? Ken, I'd be interested to hear what you have to say. You spend a lot of time talking to those people, that a lot more than all the rest of us.
I'll say my piece quick, and then Rich had his hand up. But I'm really torn on this subject because I think that the patch cuts for the bird habitat are what we're looking for. But I think while we have the equipment there and the crew there, that forest, in my opinion, could use some thinning out. A very light selective cut, in my opinion, would be good, but I don't really know what everybody else feels like. I feel like everybody's looking at the small town forest cut as sort of the exemplar of what would happen. I think it can be done lighter than what that was. And I think it could be done reasonably to leave some trails, improve trails. So I think it could be done with some thought. So I think we just need to take that, under consideration.
Rich Birch.
Mr. Chair, so my original thoughts after the outreach from the Robs Hill neighborhood, that the patch cuts, which was the 5 acres right along the property line, and I believe it was 2 acres around the far end of the existing field. That would give a good opportunity to get in and update the roadway that goes from the field with the community pollinator habitat all the way around to the back side of the field. So we'd have an opportunity to upgrade the roadway without coming in off of Hollis Road. My fear, and again, I wasn't on site to gauge the public's reaction, is it's not an overly large site. So if we went in and did the 6 or 7 acres of clear cut and upgrade the road, that may be the extent that the neighborhood would accept. My fear is trying to go in and do any sort of cutting off of the roadway into the forest itself, just by the nature of the equipment needed, will make a substantial scarring, even if it is just a lighter gauge cut than Small Town was. And I don't think there would really be any benefit either to the forest nor monetarily to the project in allowing a light cut in other areas on that property. Like I say, it's not a large property to go in and try to do all of that cutting on. And as was brought up during the Robs Hills discussion, we're not necessarily looking for income from every forest maintenance activity. So this is a well-used piece of property. I think it's a good opportunity to update and try to do the bird habitat part of the plan, but I personally would not be in favor. I would be very skeptical of trying to do any more on that property at this time.
My fear is, or not my fear, my concern is, I don't want the commission, I thought small town forest and then the follow-up at Robs Hill did not put the commission in a good light, in the public's perception. And I think, it would be great if we could have a win. I think Reno could be a win. We could take and make and I think I agree with Rich. I think we should do the bird habitat cut, which is recommended by the Audubon Society, and not worry about, well, gee, let's do a little more while we're in there, so we can pay for the bird habitat cut or whatever. But Jack Rabbit has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Ken, you probably know this better than anybody else. Are our pollinator friends concerned that these patch cuts for birds are really going to turn our pollinator garden into a bird feeder?
Put me on the spot here, Jack.
No, I don't mean to. But
do I think that that's one of their fears? Yes, I do. Do I believe that is a legitimate fear? No.
Okay, do we even,
I don't think there are birds there now. There are birds everywhere.
Right.
By making those patch cuts, it's going to increase the variety of birds.
Mhm.
I don't think it's going to impact the pollinators.
We-
They all live together
Ken. Yeah.
in nature. I mean, they all live together in nature. Pollinators
Mhm.
some of them are birds, right? But, hummingbirds are pollinators. There are
Yeah.
birds that eat bugs. That's what they eat. So, I mean, it's all in nature. It's all part of nature. The birds that we're talking about bringing back and creating habitat for are native species. They're not invasives. They're not non-native. It's all part of nature.
And with it, I guess the point of it is, if that fear is there, can we come up with some sort of a technical paper or support that can help allay those fears, and therefore we won't get the same kind of pushback we could conceivably get if we didn't, if we hadn't? Is there any data out there or anything we can pull that?
I mean, I feel like the technical expertise that we've gotten from the Audubon Society to develop this plan, who is they're a nature conserving organization. To me, that's enough.
Right. So we have a letter or something from saying we don't anticipate any negative impact on the pollinator area? Do we have?
Jack, we have a plan that was developed in consultation with the Audubon Society.
Oh, I agree. I think if we can get something directly addressing that, Bob, then we say, folks, we've investigated this, and to the best of our knowledge and belief, we're doing the right thing. And
I guess the only thing that I have to say in this whole discussion, and I'm waving my hands around the screen and everybody's getting dizzy.
I'll go rocking back and forth.
The pollinator habitat is amazing, and the amount of work that they've done is amazing. But we've manipulated an existing area, for the habitat of the pollinators. And we're talking about manipulating an existing habitat for birds. So, I mean, it's essentially the same thing. And we're doing something to create more habitat for a species or multiple species that are lacking habitat currently. So I think it's sort of like we're doing the same thing. So to me, I don't think we need to justify anything. I think we're doing the right thing. And I think that's
perhaps if we had something that could help them, or sit down with them and say, we don't think.
I don't think we can say the birds that we're drawing into our habitat aren't going to eat your caterpillars. We can't say that. So I don't think we need to say that. I think that it is what it is. It's all nature. Nature's going to take its course.
I am going to call on Richard Birch now.
And to Jack's point, we did go over all of this in an open hearing that the neighborhood was invited to, as well as the pollinators. And we did have the professionals, both Gary Goldrup and I don't remember the gentleman's name from the Audubon Society.
And John Jones.
There you go. And I think, he said there is going to be no appreciable difference in the sheer number of birds in the area. I mean, they're talking a 5-acre area in a 1,000 square acre area around the pollinator habitat. So manipulating that small area is not going to have any appreciable effect on the population of birds, nor of what they're foraging in the area. And like I say, and we have had it in a public hearing that the professionals did come to and address this. So
it was any of that record.
And I do want to just add that Ken eloquently broached all those subjects, most of the points that I did have. So at some point, I do agree that the public does have concern, but I do think that the commission has done a good job going in and inviting professionals in and advising us on what to do in that area. I think it's just you're beating a dead horse at this point, just continuing to try to explain it.
I agree.
You're You're the guy closest to it, Ken.
I'm looking for a motion to approve, asking Matt to enter into a contract with Gary Goldtrip to do the bird habitat cuts at Hollis Road.
I would make a motion, Mr. Chair, that we instruct Matt to approach Gary Goldrip to develop a forest cutting plan for the 2 recommended bird patch cuts, as well as upgrades to the roadway from the pollinator habitat field, not entering the field, but from the outer edge of the field around to the far property line and the far side of the lower field.
Do I have a second?
And just to
Wait, let's hear what Ken has to say before we have a second.
No, go ahead, Rich.
And just having the pursuing with Lunenburg Water District the access from their property onto the Hollis Road property.
Ken,
that was all I was.
Before we have a second.
Nope, that was what I was going to add. Just the conversation with the water district as far as access, and I will second Richard's motion.
Thank you so much. So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And an aye for myself. So I think these are good decisions. I think we can show the public that, we can do some forest cutting thoughtfully, that's for the good of the forest and also for the public good. So,
Mr. Chairman, can I just make one comment?
yes, sir.
I just want to say that if I thought, or, if any of us thought that this was going to have any impact on what the pollinator habitat has done, I don't think anybody would have taken a vote on this in favor.
Oh, absolutely.
The work that the people and the volunteers that have done over there is amazing. It's tremendous, and they should be commended for it. So I think that, I hope that nobody feels like we're doing this sort of in spite of them, or this to me is in conjunction with what they're doing, and it's not going to have any impact on that. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Ken. Very well stated. I'm quite confident everyone on the commission feels that way. And ever since I joined the commission 4 years ago, I've been impressed. You're always coming in telling us about all the great things that are going on at the pollinator habitat. So continued discussion on land use policy. At the end of the last meeting, I said for those, there was 3 members who were in favor of allowing hunting with firearms. And I said it was incumbent upon them to come in tonight with a proposal, to see if they could garner 4 votes for it. That said, I'm not planning on holding any votes tonight. I think we should have a full membership, when we have to take a final vote on the land use policy. But the first thing I'd like to do tonight is talk about the firearm thing. I want to take and make sure everyone's had a chance to look at the responses of the town attorney to the questions I posed about this. I think Matt posted them online, and then of course we got all of those letters in, that Phyllis referred to in the opening, that told us, how some of the public felt about firearms. So did anyone, Rich, did you make a draft proposal?
I did, and I had asked Matt to put it up. I do see it in the meeting folder.
Okay, let's.
I actually got a little over ambitious. I did take some of what Michael Ray had said as far as the disjointed nature of the existing policy. And I did take the opportunity not only to rewrite the firearms hunting as well as the entire land use regulation. I know I did discuss with you under Chapter 40, Section 8C, which is the Conservation Commission Act, that does give us the authority to develop land use regulations for the properties that are under our care and control.
Yeah, that's correct. And based on your remarks, I sent a and emailed I emailed a bunch of questions to Adam Costa. Maybe
Now, those I don't happen to see.
I asked Matt to put them up.
I see markups, but of the.
Yeah, I don't see him either.
Let me, I can forward them. Hold on a second.
Oh, and I see in here, no. Yeah, I don't think it's up here right now.
Okay. And did you happen to get a chance to review the updated land use regulation that I did send you, Bob?
You never sent it to me.
Okay. Well, I do have it listed up there on the cloud. Matt had put it up.
Yeah, I see it on the cloud, and this is the first time I'm looking at it.
Okay. What I tried to do was start from the beginning, which is explain how all of the lands that we acquired were acquired under the land grant program. And that is what states that we can only have passive recreation on the property. And I did go through and just print out exactly what is on DCS's website as far as what passive outdoor recreation is. So that we're starting from, we have a starting point that is based in law and what we can and cannot do with the properties as we acquired them under Article 97 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So that gives us a basis of what can be allowed on the property. Then I did just quickly in, looks like 8 points, laid out what would be not permitted uses on the property. Then in the next section, I tried to correspond each exemption or possibility of exemption for the activities that were not allowed.
Okay.
And I tried to get rid of all of the, the duplicate regulations and laws and things like that that are printed elsewhere in town bylaws and state laws, federal laws. Make it a little bit cleaner.
Thank you, but Matt, let us know when you've been able to PDF Adam's thing and put it up on the cloud.
Yep, doing that right now.
Thank you.
I also forwarded it. I also forwarded it to everybody's email.
Okay.
All right, and the next part I did do, Bob, was I did lay out hunting with firearms. And the way I stated it, hunting with firearms is allowed by licensed individuals only on the following properties. I did pick properties that were 200 acres or greater and did not seem to have a large contingent of daily use. So I did recommend, or I did have listed on here, small town forest, lane conservation area, large town forest, the Northwest Conservation Area, and the Table Rock Conservation Area. The other land mass that we do own that was definitely far large enough to be appropriate for firearms hunting was Cowdrey. But I felt right from the get-go, every time I drive by there's 4 or 5 cars, so there are people out there walking. And even though it is almost a 300-acre property, quite a bit of that is taken up by the river and the wetlands on the property.
I'm sorry, which property are you speaking of now?
Cowdrey. Why I didn't.
Cowdrey, yeah.
I did not include Cowdrey, though it was, at least in the landmass size, it was large enough, I felt, to be appropriate for firearms hunting. It was a frequented property, which in looking, Matt had presented a listing of the properties that the commenters used that sent us their comments. and Cowdrey was the primary location for 25% of all the commenters. Rob's Hill was number 2 with 21.4% of the commenters. So half of the people use Cowdrey and Rob's Hill as their primary area. So neither of those are listed in the listing that I did provide for consideration.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I was one of the other ones that, talked about potentially allowing firearms hunting on conservation land. I've just had a brief opportunity to review Richard's draft. I like the way that the draft is laid out and the way that we're listing things that we can't do rather than things that we're going to allow. I think that that's a better way to lay it out. I think it was well done. The only thing I'm thinking about, and I'm processing all of the comments that we've received from the people in the town. I think there were there was 1 or 2 people that were at the last meeting that were in favor of firearms hunting, and I think we received 1 letter that I saw that was in favor of it, and all the rest of the responses were against it.
Excuse me, Ken?
Yeah.
Just an FYI for the commission's consideration. Before 3 o'clock this afternoon, or right around 3 o'clock this afternoon, I did send a link to the Zoom meeting to every respondent that filed a letter with us. So I gave them the information to access this meeting if they wanted to. I see a few of them here. So I'm just letting you know.
Okay, continue, Ken.
I think that Rich's sort of rationale about the large parcels makes a lot of sense. I think I would further limit the parcels that we'd allow it on even more. What I would recommend would be the Northwest Town Forest, the small town forest off Mulpus Road. I think, to me, those are the only 2 other pieces besides Hunting Hill that I would be in favor of allowing hunting with firearms on. I think that opens up some areas that are adjacent to state land that are, both in Townsend. And I think those are probably the least recreated on pieces of property. So, I think I would take Rich's 1 step further and limit it a little more if we were going to allow any. So that's my 2 cents.
Let's.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I do just have 1 quick response to Ken. I was presented with a list of 30 town residents this evening that did not have a chance to send a letter in to Matt that were in favor of allowing hunting on at least portions of conservation land.
Okay. I haven't seen that, so I'm not aware of it.
Yeah, it was just presented to me this evening.
Okay.
So, and to that point, not everybody is going to be in favor of hunting, but all of these lands belong to everybody in town. So I think that we should be making an attempt to accommodate everybody that we can in town. Just like with the pollinator habitats, there's a lot of people that are against the activity, but either don't have the proper information to make an informed decision, or are just against it for the sake that they're against firearms. So I do think that it is incumbent on us to take all of the townspeople's desires to enjoy this property at heart. I don't think that we should be disregarding any one group in favor of another, especially where, I have numbers on, firearms accidents, and, it was kind of surprising to me, the chances of somebody dying in a car accident are, 600 times more likely than dying from an accidental firearms discharge. So I do understand that there is fear out there, but I don't think that it is sometimes an educated fear. I think it's just a fear that's been produced by just not knowing. So, but I did want, and unfortunately, where it's not a public forum, it was, the list was presented to me by my brother. So, but I do have a listing of town's residents that are in favor.
Thank you, Richard. I just was gonna go through Adam Costa's two comments that relate to the two questions I asked and his two responses, or actually three questions I asked in his responses. I asked the question about during the public comment session at the end of this week's select board meeting, Michael Ray Jeffries and Jim Marino both voiced the opinion that the Conservation Commission did not have the authority to ban the possession of firearms on conservation land. And I asked him, what did he think of that? Because he didn't comment on it the first time he did the legal review. And he said, well, this is a preliminary opinion, but he doesn't have any concern. He does think we have the right to limit the possession of firearms, just like, someone could have the license to carry a firearm, but that doesn't mean, you own your house that you'll allow them in your house, carrying the firearm. And he pointed out two other towns, that have similar rules. Northampton and Lincoln includes prohibiting or possessing firearms. And then I asked them, about Rich Birch's point, that we have the ability to make regulations. And he said, yeah, you can continue to call them regulations. Initially, he had said, you should call these policies. And now he says, no, you can call them regulations. But he says it still doesn't make it, elsewhere we have a rule that says if we're going to make wetlands regulations, it has to be, we have to hold two televised public hearings. Well, there is no rule for making land use regulations, but I still think it's good business practice, and it certainly will be our practice, to hold public, widely advertised public hearings anytime we're going to revise our land use policy or regulations. And the third question we asked him, which wasn't written, is Jack raised the question about the second question at the last meeting about, I asked the question, but I did not explicitly reference firearms. I asked the question and about hunting, and the whole context of the question, I thought made it clear we were talking about firearms, and I asked them at the meeting, if I'd asked a question explicitly about firearms, would it have changed your answer any? And he said no, that it wouldn't have changed his answer. The answer was still the same. Jack has had his hand up for quite a while. I'm going to call on him, and then I'm going to call on Jeffrey.
Oh, well, Jeff did his first. Give Jeff.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let's call on Jeffrey first then.
No, it's okay. He was ready. He was a good man.
Yeah, I reached out to some friends of mine in town that hunt. They do have properties in town that they hunt on, just to get their opinions. I've been kind of out of the game for a while. I've been hunting in Maine and down in South not much in Massachusetts. But I think their big requests, or at least nice thing to be, would it would be nice to have it open up so that they can hunt with their kids, and it's local. So, I mean, I really don't see a lot of hunting on these types of grounds, by big hunters that are going out for big deer. I just don't see that technically happening, but I guess it could. One thing that they did suggest is just open it up for big game, which would be deer, black bear, and turkey. And it would limit all the other hunting. So it would just be those three. And then they had also suggested maybe to open up for fox and coyote as well. So with those, I guess, 5 listings, and then just make it for mass residents only. I know that you can get an out-of-state license. I'm not really sure if anybody would, go through the trouble just to hunt on these few properties. And I did come up with a list. I was just coming up with a Hunting Hill, the large town forest, the lane, and the small town forest. And with the danger of rifles and them being out in the woods, I've hunted quite a bit, and it's very safe, and I think it's a good activity. It's great to get your kids out in the woods, and it'd be nice to have it, just down the street to do it. I think a lot more of it would happen. Honestly, my biggest fear in hunting are tree stands, and then those might be left out in the woods, and then the kids might go and climb the tree stands, and then the kids are falling out of the tree stands. I'm more concerned about that than I am of somebody getting shot. I don't think people are really going to hear a lot of gunshots going off, maybe one or two in a week. And you see deer dead on the side of the road all the time, and I think it would be nice to kind of maybe thin out the herd a little bit in those areas to make it safer for traffic as well. So I think that's about it. I mean, I think people really need to be educated on when the hunting seasons are as well. I mean, we're zone 9 in Lunenburg, and shotgun is November 30th to December 12th, and that's it for deer for shotgun. You can't use a rifle for deer. Bear is opened up for rifle first season September 8th, September 26th, and then November 2nd to November 21st. And then during shotgun season, it's only shotgun for bear, and that's November 30th to December 12th. So I guess you could make maybe a rifle limitation, so you can only hunt with a shotgun. That would make it safer as well. And then there's, the turkey, that nobody really uses a rifle for turkey. So, and the other big one would be the, coyotes and foxes. I think, that the coyote population is really starting to get a little bit out of control. I can hear them at night out and about. So I think having that opportunity to hunt the coyote, maybe thin out that herd as well, would be beneficial. So that's really it for me. My big concern are the tree stands, honestly, is, those showing up out in the woods, and then kids try and climb up them, and then they're falling out of the tree stands. That's dangerous. But you can put a tree stand up as a bow hunter, so I'm not sure if we regulate that or not. But so that was about all that I had.
Thank you, Jeff. Jack?
Thank you. No matter what decision I make, I'm going to win or lose friends. I'm going to lose friends no matter what, right? I did read all of the materials that people have sent in. I also took the opportunity, like Jeff and Rich, to go out and talk to. I talked to at least 24 people, and there's a range of response. I would say that generally speaking, the population is leaning away from hunting, away from use of firearms. No seem to be objection with regard to the deer hunting and the archery, except the archery, it's tough to get a deer, and sometimes you injure the animal. So either case, I took all this input and I tried to put it into a 4 different contexts. And essentially, there's the whole issue of the quiet enjoyment of the many versus the few. There's an issue of citizen safety. There was an issue of personal safety for that individual, for the individuals. And then the whole issue, you're going to think I'm nuts, but ecotourism in the perspective and the perception of what is Lunenburg all about. If I could, the quiet enjoyment, I also looked at the, all the laws, have gone through all that part. You heard that last week. But in 2.5 of our prior, I think it's 2011 regulations, we specifically said any behavior, conduct, or activity that infringes on another's undisturbed and quiet enjoyment is prohibited. And that's carried over into our current regulation, I believe verbatim. Clearly, the people I've been talking to, the idea of a firearm and them in the same vicinity is very disturbing to them. As well as, by the way, unrestrained dogs that you run into the trail and start barking the hell out of you and pooping all over the trail. So that's another issue. But either case, the feeling is that, look, give us some space that we don't have to worry. And they want to just do the quiet stroll. They don't want to have to worry about the hunting that's going on, excuse me, the guns. And then there's this whole group of people which would clearly show up, Rich, in your survey, were that the abutters of particular pieces of property, and the fact that now you've got hunters coming within the vicinity of the house. it's going to be an issue of who's going to put the most population out there. And I just got one this afternoon where someone took a picture, and there were 2 people on the Lane property. There were 2 people coming off the Lane property. There were 2 people on there with a dog. And, so this is a Monday afternoon. So my feeling is that there's a real significant difference between the people who the number of people who enjoy the property and those who hunt with a firearm. So, okay, where's the quiet enjoyment coming from? So anyway, I think that we allow open carry, if we allow open carry firearms on the conservation land, some of the folks are going to be quite disturbed. And imagine someone, if we don't outlaw the guns on our property, you can have people, you don't outlaw a gun, I'm going to walk down the trail with my assault rifle. That's unnerving. That's disturbing their peace and enjoyment. And then the other part, Jeff, you made a really good point. The hunting season, that's a big, long, slippery slope. That could take up the entire fall, early winter, and when that's especially the time that seems to be most enjoyed by those people who are hiking and such, where there are no bugs and things like that. So that's the quiet enjoyment part that is going to be affected. In terms of the citizen safety, the selectmen 2-3 years ago determined that it wasn't going to be a safe activity. And the question becomes the 500 foot from a dwelling, that's almost 2 football fields. And during the period in which you've got leaves, you can't see that far. You can't see the hikers or the children who are also coming along those trails as well. So now we're increasing that possibility. Now, to Rich's point, it's more remote than you think, but it is a possibility. And so now that gets back to the enjoyment of the property, right? If we do allow that, we're going to basically allow a lot of new hunters into Lunenburg, and they're going to be unfamiliar with the properties. So what's going to happen for us to be able to assure that these people, the butters, don't have to fear a stray shot, is we're going to have to go out and demarcate all those areas. No. We're going to have to say, hey, you're 500 feet, you can't shoot, right? You can't see, you can't shoot. You're going to have people wandering onto other people's private properties, okay? Let's see, the property demarcation. I did suggest to different people with regard to, and Rich, you and I talked about this, can we select some properties that wouldn't be, we could go, at least 100 acres. Could we do that? Some of them seem to say, okay, but I got a much bigger pushback saying, no, we don't want guns in our conservation lands. And again, they cited the fact that you don't allow them now. Why are you going to do it? Let's see. So the property demarcation. And we're simply not ready we don't have any special rules and that we haven't developed any of that. What about the designated hunting areas? Are we going to rotate them around? Are we going to confuse people? How are we going to communicate that? And which is and which isn't? And a hunter went there last year. He comes up, shows up again, didn't know it had changed. You're dealing with a tremendous level of confusion and not a solid communications of special rules. Personal safety and the individual rights. The reality is, and I shared it quickly, that the Supreme Court has said, you know what, it's clearly stated the Due Process Clause 14th Amendment makes the Second Amendment right binding to the states. The court also reiterated a statement from Heller that the right to keep and bear arms is not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatsoever and for whatever purpose. And that's why the towns do limit them. Some towns in Lunenburg, no hunting. So we're not outside of the realm. And at the same time, you talk banks, you're not allowed to bring a loaded revolver into a bank, even though my mother did. She didn't know it was against the law, right? So in either case, we don't want to be infringing on their rights. And so I'm wondering if we're outlawing guns, firearms, There are some folks that have the right to carry a concealed weapon, right? Are we infringing on that by stating that there are no guns? Clearly, we could state there's no open carry. I'm almost done, Bob. I promise you, I'm almost done. So anyway, I think that
talk about hunting, Jack.
whole issue to the town.
Where do you stand on hunting? Please.
At this point, Bob, given the fact that we not help our ecotourism, right now, I would not support
tourism. What the hell are you talking about?
What? Well, go ahead, Rich. I didn't hear him. Sorry.
I said, what ecotourism?
Well, I think that if we want to attract.
Have any numbers for what ecotourism would be affected?
Well, I'm saying that if we want to attract.
You're saying a lot, but as a typical hunter, I'm taking a little bit of offense to this, Jack.
Please.
I mean, we're not people that are out there just walking around like yahoos with guns. This is just ridiculous.
No, I don't think you are.
People that want to use some of the town's property. We pay taxes. We live here. We maintain it. We volunteer.
Do we allow that?
You guys to sit there and tell us that we're
I'm going to mute you guys. Stop. I'm going to mute you.
We already allow it.
Jack.
Okay, I'll stop. Anyway, my answer is at this point, I would not support it, but I also think we should take it to the town. Let's get the town to vote on it.
Thank you, Jack, for agreeing that you don't want to have to make the decision.
No, I've made a decision where I'm not in support of it.
Thank you, Richard. I'm sorry. Did you have something more to say, Rich?
No, not at this time.
Thank you.
Richard,
Jeff, you still have your hand up. Did you have something more to say?
I did.
No, but I think a hunter has just as much right to hunt the properties as people have the right to peace and quiet. And I just don't think it's going to be what you are envisioning it. Let's just say that.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm going to lower your hand, Jeff. Carl, did you have something to say?
I have a few things to say. I won't re-say everything Jack said. A lot of what he said, I absolutely agree with. And
Jack, I'm going to lower your hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I appreciate all the work you put into it. Am I on? Yeah, I to begin with, when in any point of change in my life, at any point where somebody wants to change something, I'm always looking for the compelling reason to change and what's wrong with what we have today. And I haven't really heard any compelling reasons to change other than we are restricting hunt rights to hunt on the property. That's one very limited use that a very limited number of people in town would use. So I think the big issue I see is that we would be restricting people who would simply not be comfortable and no longer use the property, feel that they have the right more to use the property because they can't use it safely or let their children use it safely. So that to me is a very big issue. I'm not seeing the compelling reason from the hunting point of view. Lost my train of thought. They say it'll benefit a few and it'll negatively impact many, and that and I think our job is to try to preserve the rights of the many over the few. Everybody keeps talking about hunting, restrict seasons. According to state law, unless we dig into the details, there is hunting all year round. There is hunting for some species all year round. So again, the devil is always in the details, and a lot of the things that Jack brought up, if we go that way in the majority rules, then we better address the details, or else we're going to be making people not feel safe, not able to use the property, and or putting them in danger, which I could never vote for. So I'll keep it short there. I don't see a compelling reason. I would not support the hunting based on what I've heard, but I do think we need. It's unfortunate. I don't know why these 30 people on that list, not one of them wrote in to us to give us their opinion directly. I think a list of names, I'd like to see those names put something in writing into what their compelling argument is, other than they feel it's their right. Their right is what this commission says their right is relative to the use of that property. So there is no inherent right for those hunters. The only other thing, and that's all I have on that subject, but I have a lot of comments on the regulation in general when we get back to that, if we do.
Thank you, Carl. I mean, you talk about wordsmithing the regulations.
No, not just wordsmithing. content.
Oh, about hunting. If we were going to allow hunting with, are we talking about hunting with bows or hunting with firearms?
I'm sorry. At this point, to your question, I'm against allowing hunting on any properties on our conservation land. What I have a lot of comments on is the regulation, not talking about hunting, the one that is on the table for change. I assume we're going to get back to that and be able to go through that.
You're talking about Richard's?
No. Richard's input is on the side, and in my mind, the hunting is the major focus of that. There are pieces of Richard's input that I think are very valuable that we need to discuss about getting into the regulation. And I have a list too, and I just want to let you know that.
Thank you, Carl. Where do you stand on bow hunting? You've talked about hunting, but you haven't differentiated between bow and firearm.
I'm sorry, I am specifically talking about firearms. I would, because that's a change. I haven't considered changing bow hunting. There hasn't been brought up. I'm not discussing that at this point. If we got into details and started getting close to allowing firearms, then I think, in my opinion, that would put bow hunting back on the table. And maybe, in other uses as well.
Thank you, Carl. I would just say my piece now. Number one, I believe, I'm going to lower your hand, Carl. Number one, I believe that when my trails grant thing is completed and we have a website and we've had an article in the Lunenburg Ledger about it and we have trail maps for everyone and we have an interactive trails app that'll help you, navigate the trails. That the use of our trails in this town will double or triple. And we're going to be worried about overuse, by the public, and the trails getting worn down from all the feet. That's my first comment, and so, you can see where that leads me, to the thought about, firearm hunting. The second one, I don't know if it's accurate but one of the letters written talked about less than 1% of the people in Massachusetts have a hunting license. And I thought that was a fairly significant, the thing they cited was 0.87%. I don't know if it's accurate, but I thought that was significant. And the third thing I have to say is that if we were going to allow hunting on some parcels, in my mind, the Lane parcel would not be one of those parcels. I'm not, people, if you ride the lane parcel as often as I do, which is twice a week, there are constantly people out there with their kids. People have taken, they put up these little signs about watch out for dinosaurs. And you go out in the lane property and they're always being moved around. There's little plastic dinosaurs everywhere. And they move around, them around all the time. And, you go out there with your little kid, looking for dinosaurs. And it's adorable. But there are a lot of families out there with their kids on the lane property. And so I know it's a big piece of property, but I would, if the commission was to go in the direction, of allowing firearms hunting on some parcels, the lane property would not be one that I would be in favor of. To me, the parcels that make the most sense, if we were going to do that, would be the small town forest, the northwest town forest, and possibly the large town forest. So really the northwest town forest. My issue with the northwest town forest is that, O'Brien has a proposal to put 122 houses up there, and so that all along that entire border of the northwest town forest is going to be, there's going to be houses all along there. So it's not going to be this remote area like it is now. Those are my comments. it
What's your
doesn't, you know, Carl is now not in favor of firearm hunting. I'm not in favor of firearm hunting. Katie has said she's not in favor of firearm hunting. Jack wants us to let the town decide.
I'm still not in favor right now, Bob.
Thank you for your clarity and brevity, Jack.
Oh,
But I agree that I would love to take the time to go through Rich's suggestions, but I don't think that there is a support on the commission right now, to get 4 votes, to allow firearm hunting on conservation lands. If someone disagrees with me there, I'd be happy to entertain it, but I don't. Ken has his hand up. Let's listen to Ken.
I just, one final thought on this whole thing, and I know there's probably 4-3 against firearm hunting on conservation land, but I think that we need to be sensitive to the uses of everybody and to be careful of how, you just mentioned 1% of the population in the state has hunting licenses. I don't know the answer to that.
And I don't know either.
But how much of the population, what percentage of the population has mountain bikes and wants to use mountain bikes on town property? I don't know that either. And what percentage of the population has snowmobiles and wants to use snowmobiles
Good
on
point.
town property? So I think that we need to be careful about what we're saying as far as, special interest groups and uses of the property. There are going to be conflicts with different people and different uses on the land and what they think the land should be used for. And as stewards of the land, we need to be aware of that and cognizant of it and try to make amends for everybody that wants to use the land for the uses they want to use it for. So we just need to keep that in the back of our mind. And yes, there was a lot of people that were very vocal about not hunting with firearms on town property. There's a lot of people that want to do it. It's our responsibility to try to hash that out. So I think it's a great responsibility that we have, and that we need to try to do the best that we can to look into all of the the pluses and the minuses of it. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything to say about this and suggestions of where we go from here?
I did just have 2 other comments, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Richard.
One
Sorry.
that I did have, and I heard Katie wrong at the last hearing, but it definitely sounded like she was not against hunting as I had described it on certain parcels that were appropriate for it.
Yeah, she was on the fence.
Yeah, she was not against it. She definitely sounded like she was against it and just a carte blanche, allow hunting on conservation land. But she definitely did not, at least in my opinion, sound against it if we narrowed down to more appropriate properties.
And
I would just like to add that, the ones that Ken had mentioned, Small Town, Northwest, and Hunting Hill, already abut state-owned properties that allow hunting now.
Exactly.
So,
and I agree that those are the ones that make the most sense. If we were going to all out on some properties, those are the ones that make the most sense.
yeah, and to your comment on Lane, my opinion would be if you were to remove Lane where it abuts town forest, I don't think town forest has meaningful access. So I would not be in favor of just town forest for firearm hunting, just because I don't think there's meaningful access to it at that point.
Yeah,
and you might know better than I do.
I don't know how you drag a deer out of there.
Well, and again, where do you park to go in? So I had listed it in my preliminary that you would use the parking area that was provided by the Snowmobile Club on Holman Street.
Yep.
So I would not be in favor of town forest if lane was removed.
Well, then, if Richard, if you're correct, and Jeffrey has the same memory, that there was some flexibility in Katie's position, then I think we should take this up again in January.
Okay.
This, if fully explore, you know, where Katie stands, because if Katie is in favor of it on some lands, you know, with the proper regulation, then we have something to talk about. I mean, I don't think there's any urgency, you know, that we have to get this done, you know, tonight or tomorrow or the next night. But I would say there's a member of the public that's had his hand up for quite a while. I said at the beginning of the meeting that I wasn't going to call on members of the public during this discussion, and because it's not a public hearing, and I'm not going to change my mind. These are long meetings. We're going to have a public, if we're going to do hunting, we're going to have another public hearing. And there'll be plenty of opportunities to speak at that time. Because if I call on one person, then I got to call on the next and the next and the next. And I know there's not that many left, but that's just my position as chair. Carl.
Just to clarify, see if I understood correctly, Bob. So the thought right now is that we'll have this on the January 20th agenda for a commission discussion, a hearing, and that as a result of that meeting, if the commission majority chooses to entertain hunting and move forward with the discussion,
then we would develop a draft, just like we did before. The commission would develop a draft. The draft would be posted on the website. The public would be invited to look at the draft and comment, and we would have another public hearing.
Excellent. Excellent.
That's the way I want to always proceed. I'm not, it's like, you know, it's, I would, there are other changes to the land use policies and regulations that I think are important. But, you know, obviously we've spent zero time on all those because of this issue. And until we get past this issue, and I haven't heard, you know, Kyle, did you have other comments about the land use regulations other than hunting?
Absolutely.
And have you put those in writing anywhere?
I've made comments on my on the last track changes document you made. It's a PDF, so I could only put, you know, comments so that I can.
Oh, no, I sent that out as both a PDF and a Word document, Carl.
No, I didn't see the Word. It would have been a lot easier for me to do that. But so, what would you like me to do on that?
Well, what I'd like you to do is take in it for anybody else. You know, if you have specific comments, you know, on other parts, you know, either put them in as comments or put them in. That I sent that out as both a PDF and a Word document.
Okay, I only got what I pulled off the cloud. I didn't go back into my email. But anyway, what do you want? I can clean up the comments, or I can go into the Word document and propose changes.
You know, and to be honest, I have not looked at Richard's things. I'm very interested to see what Richard has to say.
Yeah, there's some good stuff there too. Yeah.
You know, I'm very interested to see with that. And, you know, and then we have the town attorney's comments, you know, his initial comments, and then the new stuff that I learned today in his comments, you know, about, well, yeah, we could call them regulations, and yeah, we could raise the penalty to $100 because $20 is a joke.
Yeah.
So,
okay. So is the thought to get these back to you or Matt?
Well, I think what I'd like to do is you know, take and I don't think, Matt, is it a violation of open meeting law if we take and we have everybody do their comments and then we send them all to you and you send them out to everybody before the next meeting? I don't think it is.
As long as people don't comment on each other's comments and start responding, no. It's definitely, it's informational.
I have to disagree with Matt based on my conversation with legal today. If we, what his position was is that if someone marks up a document and sends it only to the commissioners, either whether it be through Matt or directly, doesn't matter, it's a violation. The way we could avoid a violation, he said, is if whatever inputs we make are posted to the website so that it's simultaneously available to the public, then it's not a violation. If it's only available to the commissioners and it's been marked up, so it clearly contains opinion, it is a violation.
How do we integrate all that stuff? If everybody writes 10 different things.
All right, I'm asking everybody, if you have specific comments, send them in to Matt.
Okay.
We'll post them in the cloud for the next meeting.
And what I could do, if you want to do the internet portion of it, is take all the comments, make a single PDF file out of them and have them put on the website.
Well, I don't know how we could do that, given, I haven't scrutinized Rich's things yet, but he did some wholesale changes. Or he's proposing some wholesale, a different approach. So, am I right about that, Rich, or am I wrong?
I'm sorry, say that one more time, Bob.
That your suggested draft there, that you, some of your stuff, you're suggesting a fundamentally different approach to the regulations.
Yes, yeah. Just as opposed to taking a somewhat ambiguous document and just trying to band-aid it together. I thought myself it might be easier to just start with a new format that lists out the legal definition of what uses can be done on a property. And then section 1 would be what is not allowed on the property. Section 2 is exemptions.
Okay.
So as I listed it here, just for a quick example. So we do have, the definition, the legal definition of passive recreation. Then section 1.1 underneath it, no access is allowed from 1 hour after sunset to 1 hour before sunrise unless exempted further in these regulations.
And that
2.1 would be
right now we allow 24-hour access.
Yep. Yeah, and again, this is more for the fundamental structure. And to that specific point, I did have a little bit of a problem with 24-hour access, where we do have a problem with people living on the property. I haven't found any other public property that allows 24-hour access in any way to try to regulate or control that. So that's why I had done it that way. But again, in the structure portion of it, we can go to number 2. So no alteration or disturbance of these properties is allowed. There's to be no digging, planting, excavation, signage, litter, blah, 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 unless exempted further in these regulations. And 2.1, the exemption. Any request to allow alterations must be reviewed prior by the commission. And then I did have a subsection listed under there going to the conservation land and trail stewardship, which I did take some of the comments that Michael Ray had posted and trying to adapt that. But again, it's more of a structure rather than try to piecemeal what we have. Try to list it out with a definition of what you can do, what we don't allow, and what exemptions there are.
Well, but all right.
But again, everybody can read through it, and if they do agree with the structure and want to try to work on that moving forward, or we can continue to piecemeal the document that we have now.
All right. Is everyone comfortable with what I've, Carl, you got your hand up again?
Yeah, just I think trying to get everybody independently providing inputs in parallel and then trying to compile documents and things is going to take an awful lot of time. I think this should have a workshop, and I would think that, we've got quite a lag here between now and the 20th of January. Perhaps we could have a workshop where we can just, bring our own notes and just go through this. First subject being, which format do we want to use, but then dig into the details and just get it done rather than, it'll take us months if we just do it in parallel, I think.
We could schedule a workshop, but I don't know what good, if we don't have all 7 members, given that, the big issue is, hunting with firearms, we would need to find a time for a workshop where we could be sure all 7 members could attend.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I suggest we leave the two, we have the workshop on the regulations as they are and the firearms we leave into this discussion.
I'm sorry, I did not understand what you said, Carl.
I'm saying set firearms aside until the 20th.
Yeah.
That's a subject that can be overlaid on whatever the rest of the document we have in place. It only affects a few paragraphs. And that we, between now and the 20th, try to get the base document with all of these various inputs, Richard's, mine's, I'm sure everybody has some, that we get that, try to get that base document moved forward a notch. And then on the 20th.
Right, well, let's go through here. Jack, did you have other comments on the body of the?
I did. And I like and I do like Rich's format, and I like their old one. So I don't know. Yeah, I did. But in terms of if we're going to go ahead and if we find somebody using an ATV, then $100 ain't enough. I think we do 500. And
we can't do 500.
Yeah, we confiscate the vehicle for a year.
We can't do that either, Jack.
It's against the law. We can't make up our own laws.
Jack,
we take it. Okay, all right. All I'm saying is we're being too lenient.
Jack, answer my question. I asked you a simple question.
Yes.
Do you have other input?
Yes, I do have thoughts. Yes.
Yeah, I know you have thoughts. Do you have
Not good ones.
specific suggestions about the language?
Oh, you heard me again. You heard me. What's up, Paul? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you have specific suggestions or recommendations about the language of the of our land use policy? I've gone through it and said, "Oh, I want to change this. I want to change that," like Carl has.
Yeah, I think that we have a baseline that the community is used to at this point. And I would have a tendency to not cause any major changes to that baseline. I'd like to see it evolve versus a revolutionary improvement.
So would I.
Okay, that's where we are. I'd like to see it evolve.
Ken, where?
I think that, and I talked about it at the last meeting when we were talking about the regulations. I'd rather see an approach like Richard has to say what's not allowed rather than to the approach that, the existing regulation says is what is allowed.
Yeah.
What can't we do? Whatever else should be allowed by right. And whether we look at hours and things like that, I think we should probably look at. But yes, so I agree that there are some changes that need to be made. To me, the only really significant change that I see is the firearms hunting thing that may or may not. But I think, to me, having a workshop would be a way to hash this out, and get a document that we can all be satisfied with rather than trying to do it sort of piecemeal via email, whether that's even legal.
Jeff, are you still there listening?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just trying to find an extension cord to plug into my iPad.
So Jeff, have you gone through the document? Do you have specific suggestions and recommendations for the existing regulations?
No, I mean, I think what everybody's saying here, we need to get a workshop if we're really going to get much done. I think everybody can make suggestions, and then we're just going to keep talking about people's suggestions. So I think a workshop, and I think what you cannot do sounds like a good plan to me as well. So.
All right. Rich, do you have anything to add here?
No, I agree with Carl. I mean, I think we should be able to hash out everything else other than the firearms, and then just like he said, overlay the one or two or whatever if we do decide to move forward with allowing
Yep.
firearm hunting.
All right. So what I'm
Well, I
proposing,
take that back. We already do allow firearm hunting, but to allow it on other parcels.
right. And so I'm gonna look. I'm gonna see the 20th is toward the latter part of January. I think maybe we'll do a doodle poll or something, trying to look for a date in January where we could have a workshop to get all 7 members present.
Could we do the 6th or the 13th? I mean, those are the 2 Wednesdays before the 20th.
How do people feel about the 13th? Or we could do the 6th because how do people feel about the 6th?
I mean, that would be a regular meeting night anyway. We don't have a meeting that night.
In an actual fact, I was saying, oh, we got to have all 7 members there. Well, if we're not going to take up the issue of hunting, if we're going to take and go through the regulations, everything other than hunting, then, it's like, well, if only, 6 people can attend, well, then only 6 people can attend. We can still do that part.
Good point.
And, we can still do that part and then take up the hunting, on the 20th.
Yeah, I mean, it's a ministerial item. It's not a regular public hearing that we're advertising for the workshop. Right. So all I need to do is put an agenda out. So the newspaper shutdown and the advertising timing isn't an issue. So if you want to do the workshop on the 6th, great. We can just do it.
I think I'd like to take and tentatively schedule a workshop for January 6th.
Yeah.
With Matthew?
Yes, I'm listening.
No other items on the agenda.
Yes, sir.
This thing came up and we got to do this. So, because that's what always happens. I mean, I remember we were going to do regulations a long time ago, and then Lake Shirley came in, and the next thing you knew, we had an open meeting law violation. So, because that was going to be just a ministerial meeting, if you'll recall.
Yeah.
So that's all we're going to do tonight on land use policy. I had asked Matt to put up the draft maps for everyone to see, but I don't think it happened yet.
No, I put them up. They're not there?
Where are they?
They should be in the folder.
I'm looking December 16th.
I don't see them either.
They should have been in the folder.
They're a beautiful thing.
Okay, well, I'll put them in the folder for tomorrow.
All right, thanks. But I urge people to look at them. We got a draft map for every property, and we're going to add to that 581 Page Street rear as another property because there's actually trails. There's a trail that goes across that the snow riders use, and I hadn't really thought about that property, but we'll talk about that in just a minute. More. Let's see. Certificates of compliance, 305 Leominster Shirley Road. Talk to us, Matt.
Is there anybody here representing Leominster Shirley Road?
Oh, that's what I said before. Is there anyone here we should talk to before we do this other stuff?
Yeah, well, he didn't raise his hand. Now he is.
Ask to unmute. Justin LeClaire.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I'm so sorry, Justin.
No, it's quite all right. I was actually doing other work that I have going on. So to sit and listen to you guys and go through my work wasn't that big of a deal. I actually got a lot done.
All right.
So my name is Justin LeClaire. I'm with McCarty Engineering. I know you all know Brian Marchetti. He couldn't be here tonight, so he asked me to cover for him. I'm here on behalf of Michael Rossi of Turnkey Lumber for the COC that was submitted in front of you. So the site is the 305 Leominster Shirley Road. It's right next to the Jimenez and Son building that used to be Rip It Up Rental, I believe.
Matt, which file should I call up? I see a
You should see a Leominster Shirley Road file.
I understand that, okay? And it's got 3 documents in it. There's a letter, there's an original site plan, and there's a stamped RDA. What should I open up?
You should probably open up the stamped RDA because that's the current conditions of the site.
All right, thank you so much.
Yep.
All right, let's see if we can share the screen. Yeah, let's make this a reasonable size. Maybe that's too big. Well, that was an interesting noise.
Yeah.
So what you
All right,
see in front of you is the current condition of the site. Towards the front of Leominster Shirley Road, the existing building. Originally, when this order was issued, the work included the warehouse on the back with roof leaders that would go to the what he's calling the leaching area in the back there. So where you see lot area equals 2.57 plus or minus acres to the left is what he called a leaching area, just to take the rooftop runoff and infiltrate through there. The other work that was proposed was down towards the front where the existing building is. That work included installing the DCB1, which is the STC 450I system there. The proposed well that is shown on the plan with a water line running towards the warehouse. And then in the parking lot area to the left of the existing building, there's a drain manhole that was installed with another infiltration basin and then an outlet to the brook. All this work was done in compliance and the entire drainage system has been cleaned. So we're formally submitting the COC to say that this work was done in compliance with the original order conditions.
Matthew, do you have a recommendation here?
Well, at this point, all right, Justin, I'm not sure all the work has been completed. So I'd actually like to walk the site, but I mean, the commission can issue a partial.
Okay.
Why would we do that, Matt, if you're not, is there some urgency here? I don't understand.
I don't have an urgency, no.
I'd rather wait until I can hear from my conservation administrator personally that he's gone and looked at it and he thinks it's appropriate to issue a certificate of compliance.
Matt, when do you think would be a good time to do that? And would you want myself or Brian out there with you?
Actually, Monday would probably be a good time. And yeah, I'd rather have one of you guys with me.
Okay. Easily done. I will, I'll talk to Brian in the morning, whether it's in the office or over the phone if I get snowed in, and let him know that you'd like to do a site walk on Monday.
You mean when you get snowed in?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm being hopeful here that I'm not going to get snowed in.
So, so then we would put this, assuming that you guys are able to pull us off, we would put this on our agenda on January 20th.
Yes.
Okay. You all right with that, Justin?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine with me.
All right, good. I love it when a plan comes together.
Nice and easy. So, Matt, I'll touch base with you tomorrow.
Yes, please.
Perfect. Will do.
All right. No extension or permits. Any committee reports? Jack Rabbit.
Chairman, I'll be brief. Thank you. Hey, one of the ideas that we've been playing with, and Mike and I have been pushing around, and actually we shared a little bit of bounced a thought off a couple of the other members, was that we would like to consider some sort of a relationship where we take the adjunct members, such as Michael, and create some sort of an auxiliary function to our Conservation Commission, to the whole, make them part of the team. And we have a successful trail stewardship program going. So if we brought this auxiliary members in, and essentially part of that is the training them in the whole wetlands and all the laws and regulations that we're doing, and we ask them to focus on more of the fun things besides what we go through every night, but focus on the environmental conservation and preservation piece, whether it's community education, promotion of, I won't say ecotourism, but something along that line. Create catalogs of vegetation and things like that in our trails, put markers up that allow people to walk through and say, oh, that's this particular kind of tree or something. Do the fun things that most people think of what we do, but we never really get to it. And and create linkages with other groups. So this auxiliary group would be essentially additional capacity for us to get things going. And if it's okay with the committee, and Mike, you can speak to that. Let Mike and I put together an outline of what it could be and the relationship it would have with the Conservation Commission, and what we can expect and what they can expect, their roles as part of this whole conservation effort. So we're seeking your permission. And Mike, I didn't get a chance to get the outline to you because I didn't get it done myself.
Okay, that's fine.
But if that's okay, we'd like to take that to you, not on the January 3rd meeting or whatever that.
January 6th.
January 6th. We won't do that. We don't want that. But if we could do that the following, and if we could get a little bit of time.
I have no idea
Sounds
what
good.
you're talking about, so why don't you put it in writing and maybe I'll understand it then.
Okay. We want to establish an auxiliary. We'll leave it like there, right there.
But I don't know what that means. And
Okay, and that's what Mike and I will work on, and we'll
super
off to you guys.
Super. I would say I spoke with Matt Allison the other day, and he urged me to urge you to get more involved in stormwater.
There's only 2 members right now. We need more. You're right. No, you're absolutely right. It's something sitting there that we haven't touched.
Okay.
Phyllis. Phyllis is our fearless leader, the person that held it all together.
Okay, Jack.
If we can get her
Phyllis
back.
has left the building.
Carl, send her back. Will you? Send her back.
Jack, you're done now. We're going to go on to administrator's determination, 338 Sunset Lane, removal of 3 dead trees and minor brush.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd actually like to continue that to the January 20th meeting. I haven't had a chance to get out there and take photos yet.
Super. And how about 5 Spring Street?
5 Spring Street, if the commission recalls, during one of the microbursts, this property and the abutting property had some severe tree damage. So we issued an emergency permit to remove the trees down. The owners of 5 Spring Street has indicated a willingness to replant a tree in its stead. So, I'm looking to have them do that in the spring. So I'm just looking to ratify the emergency cert.
So yeah, I'm looking for a motion to ratify this emergency certification.
Mr. Chairman, before we go there,
Yes, sir.
this is, as a matter of fact, Jack, and I don't forget who else was there. Maybe Todd was, so he isn't here anymore. The place that when we were driving right where just before the bridge, there was a huge crane truck removing some trees on one of our site visits. If you remember, just coming across Flat Hill. I'm somewhat confused here. How many trees were involved? You mentioned a tree and replacing a tree.
There were 3 trees involved.
Right, exactly. Okay, great. And they were all fairly significant sized trees.
Right.
And
1 tree was in the 30-foot zone. The other 2 were 47 feet away.
It didn't look that to me. And I don't know, was one or I think 2 of them were not on 5 Spring Street.
It was right on the property line of the abutting lot. In other words, the tree grew on both sides of the lot. So both owners had to agree to do the removal.
So there were 3 trees involved and they were very substantial. So I think for the record, we need to identify that it's not just 5 Spring Street that we're dealing with here, it's the other lot as well. Because when we stopped and talked to the owner of the other lot, I think he indicated 2 of the trees were on his property, he pointed at the stumps, and then one of them was on 5 Spring Street. So I think we need to make sure the record is correct. And we should know what the diameters of the trees were, because they were substantial, and there are no more trees left in that area right along the lake. I mean, this is a classic example of where we've got to replace significant trees with some significant quantity of trees, hopefully relative to our regulation, because they're right along the shore, and they do provide value. They provide shade. So this is I think we need to just complete it.
Actually, I got to interject here. They were not all along the shore. They were in a line. One tree was closer to the shore, and then they went back. Now, the trees were large. They were large, old evergreens that were split. Large branches had come down, and they had basically outlived their useful lifespan. And it was due to the microbursts that we had back in the late summer.
I'm not questioning that the removal of the trees. I take it, as the fact that the trees were damaged and needed to come down. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm concerned about is that it's on 2 separate properties. It's not just 5 Spring Street, and that we need to get them replaced because there is no more shade in that area. And I would like to, on our next site visit, I'd like to see where these stumps are, make sure that they're still there. They are, because I thought 2 of them were very close to the lake.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why we couldn't do that.
You may have to shovel them out, but.
So I would like to propose, Mr. Chairman, that we that this is is not that we continue this, so to speak, until we've been able to better document what's going on here, and so we can have a discussion on whether there's trees to be replaced and how many and where.
So if an older tree is taken down with a microburst and people cut it, we're gonna have them replace those? I thought that would just be lost.
Well, if we don't do that, we'll soon have no trees around the lake. If we don't replace the trees that are coming down, because people aren't letting they're not letting the underbrush and the undergrowth continue. They're getting rid of anything that might become the next tree for that spot. So if we just let the trees, get old, die, and get cut down, and don't have them replaced somehow, then there will be no trees around this lake.
Well, I think the thing we need to keep in mind when we do the site visit, where the location of the trees were, constituted a health and safety issue. That was part of the reason for the emergency permit. The second thing we need to keep in mind is they were willing to plant a replacement tree that would contribute the shade value that was lost with the other trees. The other trees weren't necessarily doing that great of a job as far as shade value to the lake itself. And number 3, depending on where we replace them, because of the constraints of those lots, if we start replanting more than like a tree, like if you go for 3 or 4, we could wind up creating another issue as far as safety to the existing houses on those properties go. And we are allowed under our regulation, for a safety consideration, to not necessarily go by the strict interpretation of the regulation. It states that quite explicitly in the actual reg. So doing a site walk, I think, is prudent as far as, resolving that issue to everybody's satisfaction.
Great.
So where does that leave us?
We'll continue it to the January 20th meeting. I mean, it'll give time for whatever we get for this snow to kind of tamp down a little bit. It's going to be light, fluffy stuff. There's no other huge snowstorms in the immediate forecast. So, I think we'll probably be in decent shape to do a site walk on there anyway.
Okay. And if you had to guess, Matt, based on what you've seen so far, do you think we're going to have a long list of hearings on January 20th? Seeing as how we won't have met, in a month.
Well, I've already imposed a deadline on the 20th, which is pretty strict. So we're not going to have much more than what we've got now, which is about 4 hearings.
Okay, good. I like the sound of that.
And most of it's for pretty small stuff. It's stuff that you guys would probably, go right through. Like, you were pretty expedient on the hearings tonight. So I just see that going basically the same. You got all those hearings done like by 8:30. So, I don't think it's going to take up a lot of the night.
All right, thank you. So as I understand it, we're going to table 5 Spring Street till the 20th with the idea we're going to try and do a site walk before then.
Agreed, yes. Yep.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Open space, land use, trail issues and strategies, blah, blah, blah. Let's try it and go back and look at Adam Costa's email that Matt forwarded you. Because there was some action items buried in there.
I believe Bob, I believe you did show it, so it is on the cloud.
Where is it on the cloud?
Didn't you have it up on your screen share just a little while ago?
That was the one you forwarded to everybody.
Okay.
I would prefer it on the cloud because if you could print it to a PDF, because when you forward it, for some reason it puts all of these extra spaces in it.
Yeah, but I did put it on the cloud as well.
You did comments submitted under
Adam Costa comments. You'll see a PDF that says Adam Costa responses.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I didn't see that before.
Nope, quite all right.
All right, so the first 2 things were, I'm not going to put them all up on the screen. I'm looking for a motion to authorize me to ask Heather to take in. I asked Adam this question. I said, follow up on the recent special town meeting transfer of 111 Mulpus Road and 975 Northwest Townsend Road to the care and control of the Conservation Commission. Does anything need to be filed with the Registry of Deeds to document this action? If so, what needs to be filed and who's responsible? What's the process for getting the land codes changed in the assessor's database? And Adam says, there's some work to be done here, but no one's asked me to do it. So I'm asking the commission to have a vote to authorize me to approach Heather to get this work done, to file something with the Register of Deeds that shows that 111 Mulpus Road in 975 Northwest Townsend Road is now under the care and control of the Conservation Commission.
Do you need that as a motion?
I do.
I would make that a motion.
Thank you so much. Do we have a second?
Second.
Oh, we have a second. So, hearing no further discussion, Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself.
Mr.
McCann
Chairman?
property, that we now actually own the McCann property, and it was filed in the Registry of Deeds today, I think, or yesterday. No, I think it was today. So I haven't done it yet, but supposedly if we go on the Registry of Deeds, that will show up there.
Bob?
Yes, sir.
Just real quick, back to that first one that we just motioned on.
Yep.
It was brought up at town meeting that the description of the property is a little funky on the one, it's 350 rear New West or NW Townsend Road.
Yeah, and
It's New West Townsend Road, not Northwest Townsend
yeah,
Road.
yeah, and it is New West Townsend Road. And when you read you read the words NW, it doesn't say Northwest. It says
Right.
NW. And if
Right.
you look at the property card,
Yes.
property card says NW,
Right.
and that's why I wrote NW there. But it
Right.
is New West Townsend.
Okay, but you said Northwest Townsend, so I just wanted to make sure that
Thank
we
you.
make sure that
Thank
we
you,
keep
thank you,
saying
thank
New West Townsend, because there are
Yes, it is
people
New
in
West Townsend.
there are people in town that have an issue with that. So
You mean beyond Mr. Passios?
no, that's who I was referring to.
Okay. All right. The same guy who gratuitously asked if there was a quorum or not.
Right.
Bob,
All right.
just letting you know, the trail maps are up on the land use cloud now.
Well, thank you so much. I urge people to go look at those. I asked a question about assessor. I'll be reaching out to the assessor to see if we can't get some stuff straightened out in the assessor's database, because it affects what people look at. I'm looking for a motion to sign a license for Seth Mayer. Seth Mayer said he's willing to do the work. He has a company, Mayer Wood Construction, that actually has a contract with the with DPW. But I'm asking for the commission for a motion at this time to authorize me to sign a license on behalf of the commission to ask Seth Mayer to take and reestablish the northern end of Old Stagecoach Road where it meets Howard Street.
I would make that a motion.
Thank you, Ken. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Rich Birch,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself. And then finally, encroachment on the Cowdrey conservation land at 192 Harbor Road. Adam says that really, if we're going to do anything else there, we need a survey. And step one is to get to do a survey, and step two is to take and do a title search. And that the owner's not going to agree. There's thousands of dollars at stake here. The guy's got 2/3 of his driveway on our land. And he's got, a lamp post and a wall and every other thing in the world. And so, before he can really go anywhere with this, it's his considered opinion. The next thing that has to happen is that we ask for a survey. And so I would have to approach Heather and ask her, would she support, doing a survey there? And we'd have to go to the Board of Selectmen and ask them to authorize a survey. And so do we want to continue down that road? And if so, I'm looking, if people want to continue down that road, and based on the conversations we had before, I assume that they do, we need a motion today. I'm asking for a motion today to take and authorize me to approach Heather and the Board of Selectmen about doing a survey that shows that there's encroachment there. The comments and discussions. Jack Rabbit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The part that bothers me the most is the fact that they're parking vehicles on our property, and that this part of that driveway was out. It'd be a shame. He spent quite a bit of money on that wall. The wraparound doesn't look that bad, but the fact that he's parking vehicles is the part I don't find acceptable. Could we make him a deal? So you get him off there, and we'll let you keep that up on our property. It's ours, by the way, but leave it there. Just get the pieces off, and otherwise we will go spend some money on a survey, and the ramifications of that, who knows? Let's get a conversation going with him rather than spending town money. just get your vehicles and such off our property.
All he has to do is say that he doesn't think it's our property. He thinks it's his.
Right. And then
The onus is on us to get it surveyed. So we got to get it surveyed.
You think so?
If we want to pursue this, or we just say he's been using it for however long he's been using it, let him keep using it.
You know, my issue is that there is a wetlands right down the bottom of that hill. He's pretty darn close to the wetlands there. There's a vernal pool, a weep spot from the thing. How do other people feel about this?
Mr. Chairman, I
Carl.
agree that we should get it surveyed.
Okay. I guess I'm looking for a motion.
I would make that motion.
Do we have a second?
Mr. Chair, before we do that, should we
Yes,
maybe
sir.
should we maybe just take a straw poll? I would hate to do a survey if we're not going to follow through with asking the person that if it does come to be our property, asking him to remove his appurtenance, which I would be in favor of asking him to remove his appurtenance if it is found to be town property. I don't think it is a good precedence to set to allow somebody to just become a squatter on town property.
I would concur with that. I feel like that way. Richard feels that way. I'm assuming Carl feels that way. How do you feel?
Yes,
I feel the same way. I'm just trying to be nice, but
Ken?
bad precedent.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I'd go along with it.
Jeff?
I haven't seen the property. I mean, how much is encroached? How long has it been there?
There's some pictures in the cloud in the last meeting folder or the 2 meetings folders ago.
Oh, it was 2? Okay.
You take and you look at, there's an aerial photo where you can see that he's got half of his driveway, his asphalt driveway. And then he's got a bunch of vehicles parked down there that I'm told some of them, are like, they're not just trailers, they're like gasoline vehicles that are parked over there, backing right up to the wet spot. And
to that end, Mr. Chair, it sounds like a majority is in favor of moving forward if it is found that he has encroached on town property. So I would second Carl's motion.
Thank you, Rich. Mike, how do you feel about it? I'm going to get you to say something at these meetings yet, Mike.
Yeah.
Mike, you need a better
How long is
mic.
I'm going to go with Jeff's question. How long is it? 20 years? Let me increase the volume here. How long has this person been doing this? Has it been over 20 years? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. First of all, I'm just going to head you off where you're going. You cannot do adverse possession on town land. Furthermore, you can't take, and we couldn't allow him if we were going to say, oh, we're going to let you continue to use that land. We're going to give you that land. It requires an act of the legislature. It would have to be approved by town.
I understand.
And it would have to be an act of the legislature. But it has been, the land, the lot was created in 1953, I think it was.
Okay.
Is this Woodruff?
Has he been using it? Has he been using it since then?
He's been using some of it since then. It's my understanding, based on the testimony of someone that lives nearby, that it was only about 7 or 8 years ago that he cut down a whole bunch of trees and did this major expansion where he paved the driveway and put the wall up and all that other stuff. Did I answer your question, Mike?
It does.
And so then, do you have a statement for us about how you feel about it?
I feel like what I've heard, I think we need to survey the property and get, some action done. It seems like it's been too long, but I'm glad that it's getting done, or it looks like we're trying to address it now, especially if there are any questions about him harming some of the wetlands in our town. We should probably be concerned about that.
Thank you, Mike. So we have a motion and a second. Jack, you have further discussion?
Just a quick discussion, yes. Did he file a permit for this?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, there's a thing there's a document in the building department folder from 1985 where the present owner filed a building permit. And in that, they submitted a hand sketch that showed that the driveway was entirely contained within the frontage of his lot in 1985.
Yeah.
So, anyway, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Roll call vote. Ken Jones?
Aye.
Rich Birch?
Aye.
Carl Luck?
Aye.
Jack Rabbit? Jack Rabbit?
Aye.
Thank you, Jack. Jeff Viviano?
Aye.
And I for myself. So I'll approach Heather. I don't know where this will go. And because now we'd have to get the selectmen to agree to it also. So we'll see what happens. And I think that was the end of the action items from the follow-up to our discussions today with the town attorney.
Bob, I'm sorry, what do we need the selectmen's approval on?
To get the survey done.
Why do we need their approval?
Who's going to pay for the survey? Us?
Is it lands that are under the care and control of the Conservation Commission?
Well, that's the question. The question is it under the care and control?
Well, the land in question, we're talking about the Cowdery, which is under our care and control. So yes, it is under our care and control. But
So Rich, you're saying we'd have to find the funds within our monies to do, that's your idea?
So you're not asking them for permission to do the survey, you're asking them to pay for it.
Bingo.
Okay, thank you.
I am.
Nope, that's a perfectly good way to do it. I just didn't hear you say that.
No, because I mean, if they're not going to buy in now at the survey level, because they have to buy in every step of the way from now on.
Yep.
Otherwise, it's all for naught. If they're not going to buy in at the survey level, they're certainly not going to buy in at the let's go to court and and spend 15 grand on this level. So on legal fees.
I don't think the commission's responsible for the legal fees.
No, we're not. And it could be Heather will tell me, no, you got to come up with the money out of somewhere out of yours, so, I don't know what's going to happen. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
There anything else? Any comment from the commission? Are there any comment from the one member of the public that's still with us? Phil P. Hill. I assume that's a member of the public. Everybody else here is, then I think I'm looking for an adjournment. At what time?
11:04.
11:04. Jack, if you'd been more succinct, we could have been done 10 minutes ago.
I would make a motion that we adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
I move we adjourn.
Thank you. All right. Roll call vote. Ken Jones?
Aye.
Rich Birch?
Aye.
Carl Luck?
Aye.
Jack Rabbit?
Aye.
Jeff Viviano?
Aye.
And I for myself. Thank you so much, guys. And
Have a good Christmas,
great
everybody.
job.
Merry Christmas,
Merry
Happy
Christmas.
New Year.
Happy New Year. Merry
Be
Christmas.
safe.
See you next year.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't think about. Thank you.